Um, just let me know if you see it.
Not yet.
Not yet.
There you go.
Okay. Okay. So you see it, right?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, great. So hello. My name is Doris, and today I'm gonna present you a project that I've been working on in this bootcamp. My project is called Casita, and I was trying to tackle a problem of household chores. So, how it all started with pandemic, of course. Being home put a lot of pressure on our work, on our relationships. I experienced myself like first lockdown living alone, second one sharing it with my partner. A lot of conversations with my girlfriends was around this, and I was started to think like, is there something that we can do for couples to help them manage easier, to help them tackle everyday problems, like household problems, spending time together. So this was kind of what I was thinking about. And Casita should be improving your relationship one household chore at a time. So I started discovering the problem space, and I figured out that top reasons for couples to separate is financial problems, and second is unequal division of parenting and household chores. And even in like modern societies, like been a lot of researches have been done, and in a lot of cases, most cases, women still take more household responsibilities than men. And actually, in hetero relationships, when women start cohabiting, their household work goes up while men goes down, regardless of their employment status. And it's not only doing the chores, it's like all mental load of being pretty much a manager of everything. So I started my research, and I was trying to figure out like effects of pandemic on relationships and on our lives generally. The biggest struggles couple have before and after pandemic, reasons for those struggles, how people organize day to day, if they organize, if they use some tools, how they spend time together, and if couples with kids would struggle more. And on the end, what happy couples do that they're happy. And how I attended this, I did like 9 interviews, 4 with couples with kids, 5 without kids, and surveys where I got 160 responses. And I got some pretty interesting insights. So here I put some quotes that people said that kind of like led me through my whole research, and I will just read them. Because we spend 24 hours together, we don't organize or spend quality time together. if we would have children, I would go nuts or we would divorce. All mental load of household is on me. Spending pandemic in one bedroom apartment felt like a boiling pot. Okay, so after all that research, I was sure that there is a problem. So what were like my main insights? That better organized couples or couples that do organize are more satisfied and happier. People who have routines and who they plan, they also feel more satisfied and kind of more in control. In my research, 1 out of 3 people pointed out that organizing household creates frictions. And I also wanted to figure out how couples spend time together. So a lot of people said that they would like to improve spending time together because they are pretty much like bored and they don't know what to do, especially like in this time. So yeah, that led me through kind of my research. I did a lot of like affinity maps, trying to put together the main pain points of people. And I then rephrased my hypothesis, and which is, I believe, helping couples to better organize household chores in a fun and collaborative way would improve relationship satisfaction. Okay, so after this, I started to sketch and try to figure out how I will tackle this problem. So I started with idea of like organizing household chores, but like in a sense to like people to collect points and each of them having like their own responsibilities, and they would like kind of compete against each other. They would also like have like events and activities scheduled together. And like I started like testing the frames, and I figured out that this was not really the best way to go, because people said that this is pretty much just like kind of a other like organization tool. And actually I tested it like with a person that I also had like interview with, and she was like, yeah, I don't know like if I would use this, since I'm already using Trello boards, it's like more handy. So I was like, okay, maybe this is not the way to go. So one of my interviewers said that a relationship, it's not like a tennis match, it should be like pedaling a bicycle. So I was like, okay, I need to like reframe the problem. And I started from scratch again, trying to come up with a different approach, in a sense of same team, building house together. So I started again, and with the sketches, and I will just move now to the Figma, so you will see how what was like my main idea, because I think it's best to just go through it. So this takes some time. My main idea was that I will like make a team, And this app, Casita, will take care of your household tasks in a fun way. Want to know how? You are teaming up with your partner. The game is Jenga, and you play by adding and completing household tasks and couple activities. The more you do, the more the rewards. When you accomplish a task, you earn a new level and a reward. If you don't do your task, your Jenga tower will fall. You win together, you lose together, make sure to team up. So, like, onboarding process is that you choose your first task and that you kind of get sense how this is gonna work. Okay, we choose the category and the color, and when we want to repeat this, I will do it at any time. I won't use reminders for now. Okay, now it's like login. We log in, and now it's also time to invite our partner. We will share it with him on WhatsApp. Now is Casita getting ready, and this is our starting point where it says what this is. So here is like our main point where we start building. Here is like rewards, and here is like a menu. So our main thing is that we complete a task. So the task we just like load before. So today these are the tasks. You do done, and well done, your Casita is getting taller and stronger. You want to log in who completed the tasks. This time I won't really log in. Yeah, so, and then the other main point is like adding new task, which is like the same as like onboarding process. You have like you can create your own tasks, or you choose some from the categories already done. That, and then we also have like something fun, which is like not really connected with the household, but more with spending time together. So it's like organized dinner, date night, weekend trip, share a song, ask your partner something funny. So just like more couples activities. So that's like the main idea, and then the Jenga tower starts building or falling if you don't complete your tasks. And now we will go back in the presentation. So I just want to now like present you like my design system, like the color palette and typography. I try to choose like something that is like opposite but complementing in a way. So I have like a color palette that is a bit like toned down colors, but like main colors are like contrasting, and these are also main colors for action points, and the same with the typography. And then like illustrations, I try to do something like not too classical but not too funky. So yeah, like I kind of like draw these kind of elements and then like just put it together. And I want to now take you through like my usability testing. So like mostly I spent time on figure out like the home screen because I wanted that it's super simple and that it really gives like 3 main tasks. First, I had like only 2 tasks, that it would be like completing a task or adding a new task. And this was like a menu on the beginning. But then like people said it's kind of like old style and like these toggle buttons, and also it was like kind of confusing for them. So I decided for floating action button, where like you will have these three main things, and that it's also like main thing you accomplish. And also like getting the task, like loading the task in was first I had like a many screens that you go through and through, but then like I kind of draw it out and like came up with the idea of the like a system that would be like color coded, and then you would just like choose everything like on one screen, and you can like skip the steps if you want to. However, like this onboarding, like this putting tasks in together, it's still maybe a little bit too complicated. So it would be maybe like good to simplify it a bit. And I did a lot of iterations with onboarding, because first I had like just regular like onboarding, but then a lot of people said that like it reminds it on just another like task app. So I tried to like flip it around, made it more like conversational and more like fun. So I put like this onboarding process explaining what Casita is, and then you sign in and you share things with your partner. And then like what I would still do like on the next steps to do is like reward system, which would like work the same way, but like either you have a list or people like log it in themselves. And when it's like comes to the notification part, if someone is not doing enough chores, I decided I won't do it in a competitive way, because this is like again against what the idea. So you would just get like notification like look like someone is doing more like all the work this week, you want to give it a hand, like again like very conversational, not too annoying. And the like to measure success, I would also like push notifications like let's say once per month to ask like how people feel, how happy they are. And what definitely still needs more work is like a classification of categories, because people said it would be good that when you see the Jenga, you would know exactly like which chores are there to be done. So yeah, that is what my next steps would be. So yeah, and that's it.
Thank you, Doris. Interesting topic. I really like your UI. Super colorful. It looks good. I just have a question. Did you test it with the same couples that you did the research, like your interviews?
I did it like with two same that I did interviews with the couples who actually like were using the tools for the organizations, because I had like I also interviewed people who didn't do it, or they don't even like use that much like digital apps. So I thought it's maybe doesn't make sense.
Nice. Thank you. Is there any question for Doris? No?
I have one, Doris, very quickly. I think it was a great project and it looked really good. I really like the idea of the Jenga tower. I kind of want to. I have missed that on the presentation. Why do you think it's such a good connection with your own project?
Oh, why I decided then for Jenga? Oh, it was basically idea of everyone knows this game, everyone plays it. It's like kind of like a social thing. So and it's like it's clear to everyone what's the point. Like you have to kind of like work together or it will fall. So like my thought process was like finding something that represents that like teamwork. So and then I was like, Jenga, because I have it at home.
Thank you, Doris.
Susana?
Hi, I have a very quick, maybe just some feedback. Thank you for your presentation, Doris. It was nice to see your process and everything. I was just curious. I think your biggest challenge is how would you keep your users engaged in using this app? I mean, when you play Jenga, you play it maybe, I don't know, once per month or so. I mean, how do you envision these in your app? Because you also talk a little bit about rewards, but I didn't understood very well what are these rewards, or if they are based on your users, what they consider a reward. So I was just thinking, not, you don't need to have an answer, but I think it's a good thing to think about it. Like, how do you make people come back? Because, for example, people, when they start doing things and it becomes a habit, why would they go to the app? Maybe they just start doing the tasks by themselves. So you lose your business. So it's food for the thought for you to think a little bit about it. If you wanted to progress or elaborate a little bit more, I would put focus on that. As you said also, that your next steps would be to sort out like the system of rewards, etc. But go deep on that. That's important. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Then Luis?
Hey Doris, hey everyone. Wow, congratulations on following through and presenting and being here. I know it's been a long journey for you, so I'm super proud of you. Thank you so much for showing and sharing this. I really appreciate like your thoughtful human approach. I know that you're one of those who really wants to think about the end user and the person that is going to use it and their problems, and it's something that you've put in the focus and forefront of all your research, and I was there to see that, so thank you so much for doing that. One of my questions for you is, one of your riskiest assumptions here, which is something we love talking about in my week, is that the Jenga is going to motivate people to do their chores. And this is a very risky assumption. And it's something based on, well, something that you thought of, and you thought, well, if it works for me, it might also work for some other people. However, I think maybe some concepts like that, I would have loved to see you pitch different kind of gamification tactics or games or concepts in the beginning when you did your sketches, because you showed us that you did some concept testing in the beginning and show the Jenga. And it's like, is this something that people resonate with or not? If not, then what does resonate? Maybe it's not a game, maybe it's something completely different. Who knows? It could be a game as well. And what kind of elements can I infuse into my product? Because right now, no matter what you do, you have the Jenga concept. So no matter what you show to people, they only have one thing to comment on, is like, do you want this Jenga with this thing or with this thing? There's not a lot of variety for them to comment on. It's too late to comment on the concept. So I was just wondering if you had thought of something else, maybe I know your mirror board is filled with ideas, so maybe explorations we haven't been privy to see today.
I mean, yeah, good point. I mean, I was thinking about it, but that's the thing, like, because of all this, like, process of going like in kind of like not wrong, like different direction of like very organizational app, then I had to like act quite fast, like on the next step. So like yeah, like when I did sketches, like I talked with like some people, of course, but yeah, I tested it already, like when it was like quite like sketched out. Yeah, so I didn't really think about it further than that, but yeah, I should probably. Good point.
Nice. Thank you, Doris. Great presentation. So next one is going to be Sarah.
Sorry, I never found my mouth.
Okay, going to start sharing. Sorry. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Good. Okay. I'm Sarah. I'm going to talk about a no-name app and about interior residential design and about how I'm going to create a connection between potential clients and interior professional designers. Sorry if I don't see you because I'm going to see the presentation in this direction. So, how I started this. Many people want to improve the way that their homes looks. I mean, a lot of people want to change one room. Maybe it's a home office, maybe it's a bathroom, or maybe it's a kitchen, 2 or 3 rooms. I mean, a small project in their homes. So there are many websites and apps that take these people with small projects and take them to big studios. The thing is that when you have a small project, sometimes this studio is going to say no, because this is not profitable for this studio. So, and there are many freelancer people who are starting a new company that want to do these kind of jobs and need it to do. So for that reason, my hypothesis is about create a connection between this potential client with small project and interior design professional or architect or decorators. So I started my research with these 2 types of users, clients and professionals, and I take a lot of good insights. One of them was recommendation matters, even if it's about someone with less professional experience. Designers inspire confidence in clients by understanding what the clients want. And this is something important for me because I want to build this understanding in some way. And many people think that hiring an interior designer is priceless. This is not really true always. I mean, sometimes hire an interior designer can advantage in your budgets. I mean, it's not always like this, it's not like a bias. And clients don't understand how to define the project. For that reason, they could go to wrong places. With this, I mean, sometimes these clients don't understand what is the size or what they want, what are the requirements, why they need to this change. So for all these reasons, my powerful How My We is how my way builds truth between a professional and a potential client, taking into consideration the needs of both users. So how I started this process? I started first doing Crazy 8 with the girls. And I started to see another apps. I wanted to know how other apps works. Even I made some maps about how worked this app and how was the flow. And in the final, I want to use the power of the face-to-face. I want to create this understanding, and I want to create this understanding with a connection through 15 minutes video meeting between these 2 kind of people, between clients and professionals in interior design. So this is gonna be the goal of my flow. Make this connection with a video call. So I create my 2 personas. This is Laura and Marta. Laura is the client and Marta is a designer, user, an interior designer. So this is the goal of my flow, connect Laura and Marta. So this is where everything begins in my drawings. And I have 2 main flows on my apps, the client flow and the professional flow one. But I developed the clients one because, well, it's the most important for me right now, I think. And in the beginning, I thinking that I have these 4 elements important for my app. I mean, the start, a questionnaire because I want to ask this client, what do you want, what do you need, and what do you want, and for what time. And the search, that is the board for all these freelance or services or interior designers, and the meeting goal, that is the goal of my app. So I started my wireframe, and I have here my
my elements, and after do some tests, I had a lot of change in my flow. For example, one of the biggest one, it was move this search, the search word, because everybody wants to go to the home first, and this is my home. I mean, anybody, the questionnaire was okay, but they don't want to someone ask you question before go to the search. So I changing that. So I started to the design system. I have a lot of photos on my app. For that reason, I try to use neutral colors. Just the blue for the call to action, and I want to use it illustration because I don't want that this look like a fancy interior design app. I want something closer or, I don't know, friendly. So this is my second try. I have more elements now in my flow, but I still have my search, my questionnaire, and my meeting goal. So these elements was so important that are part of my low buttons on my app. I mean, the search is in the designer, that is my home. The questionnaire, all the things that the clients upload here, going to be in my projects here. And the meeting goals, all this meeting that I schedule, I'm going to have here, maybe for edit or cancel them. So after some tests, I keep moving the questionnaire because maybe it was important do the questionnaire before go to the designer profile, and I do more changes that I'm going to show here in. You can see here better maybe. And this is my first wireframe. The second, well, how was the evolution of this app? For example, one change that I did was about the photos in the search. For example, I started with big ones, but after test, the people say that they prefer see more cards in one screen than one big card. So I started to use this way, and I changed the filter because it was like difficult, the people don't understand them, and now it's like a minimalist one, easier to use. This was another big change for me because in the beginning I started with a profile for these professionals, and then I decided that I'm not going to show the profile, I'm going to show the service that they do. Because when you show the service, you can do a budget about this. And it was important for me that the people more or less know a price or about something about the price. Sorry. And something else that I changed was this button. Before, let's schedule a meeting. That was my goal. I was here, small one, and now it's here, big and blue. And in this banner, now I have like the important things about this profile, the verification, the rating, and the reviews. And this is my actual flow map that keeps changing when I do testing. And let's flow. Let's go to my Figma to see how this app works. I'm Laura. I'm this person that needs a small renovation in her home, and I have a new flat. So together we can create amazing spaces, find a designer, or find a client. Okay, let's start. What are you looking for? I want to find a designer. Maybe I log in with my Gmail. Okay, your name, your location. And what are you looking for? I want to change my kitchen. Let's search. So now I'm here, I can see the services, but I want to change the filter. I want to sort by reviews. And now I have a notification here. Please, before contacting a designer, go to my project to define your needs. So I go there. You still don't have any project, create a new one. Let's start. This is the questionnaire. Tell us your needs in a few steps. Put your name, the name is kitchen. What do you need? This is what I need. What are you looking for? Advice interior design, okay. Show your place. I'm going to upload photos of my new flat without kitchen. You can upload photos about the things that you like, maybe share a Pinterest board or pick the style that you want. So finish. Now I have my project uploaded. And now here I can see all the information that I upload, and I have 80% because I didn't finish, and I have to finish in some point, but I have here all the information. So let's go again to search. Now I am in the, again in the search, I'm going to pick the first one, and now I can see this service. I can see what Marta can do for me and the prices that she put to her work, another service. And if I want to know more about her, I can here see the profile. Okay, so let's schedule a meeting. What about your project that I want to do? Kitchen, because I created. What day? Time. And yeah, I have a meeting. Now in my meetings, I can see my meeting with Marta. And after this, the professional going to see a notification for this meeting. So this is all. This is my app. The thing that I want to keep working is about the freelance flow. So yeah, that is.
Thank you, Sarah. Super clear presentation. And also thank you for digging deeper into your process. I really like it. And here I can see the importance of usability testing, no? And all the iteration and that you can do in a project to be a user-centered design. So that was great.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Quick question about any ideas on what the professional flow would look like? How, in a nutshell, how would that be different if you have any?
My main preoccupation about this flow is that maybe gonna be longer, because I want to show in some way to the professional that you have to take the time for do this. You're going to do a portfolio and the people are going to see you, and it's important that you do well because maybe you don't have too much experience. So this is like the most important for me in the freelance flow.
Thank you, Sarah. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, Susana?
Hey, Sarah, loved your presentation. Excellent. Like you really got like a lot of good energy, telling the story with the illustrations, helping you guide us. I think it was super engaging, and I love that you showed like sketches, the wireframes, lo-fi, and then you jump into the high fidelity and prototypes. So you put it all, and it was very well told. So very much congratulations on that. I had like one small comment. It's more like a question, because you were showing like a service and you were showing like 3 different prices, like 150, 350, I don't remember very well. And I was wondering, is this something that you got from the interviews, or is just, I'm saying this because typically people that have these services, they don't commit to a specific price because it depends on the house, they have to see the space, and they work more with the range. Yeah, like, oh, it could be more or up into X amount of money, because it can cause a lot of problems when you lock on a price, because then you go to the house and maybe it's not like they said, and then it's more expensive, and then complain, and then they rate bad, they do bad reviews in the app, and it's like a catch-21. So I was just wondering about that. How did you decide to put those prices? Or
now that you say that, I see that as a good idea. No, maybe in the future, I'm going to change that. Like, not is a price, it's a price for meter square, for example, or for hours. I'm going to work with you this price for hours, for example. Maybe something more like that. Maybe it's easier to put a price for hours or meter squares.
Yeah, maybe I would explore a little bit that, like, go deep into the business, how is actually the business done, how these people negotiate, if they negotiate or not, and how this, to be very much more accurate of the reality. Because sometimes when we lock on something, if it's not like that for some reason, then it could cause a lot of bad stuff, and we want to prevent that always. But overall, super nice. Really liked it, Sarah. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Oh, Luis?
Yeah, hi. I'm looking here or here. Like I have two different cameras, so I'm gonna look here. Great job, really, really great job. It's very interesting to see you've ping ponged a lot in your projects and what you wanted to do, and you changed a lot. So I didn't see a lot of the initial work that you did from the beginning, so that's a little bit of a shame because you changed, I guess, your project halfway through when you started to reframe. So a lot of the stuff that we did in the beginning, I feel like a bit of like, oh, we started doing crazy eights, but then what about everything in the beginning, which is fine, because you showed me your whole process about how you did interviews and you tried to find out like what House was doing, what other platforms were doing. So kudos, that was really, really cool and very smart. My question for you, I have two questions. One of them is, you keep talking about tests, but I only saw 4 people. And if this was a real life setup, like if this was my team and I told them I interviewed 4 people and this is what they said, we would never change anything. That's not how it works. Because first I need to know who those people are, what they're doing, what kind of segment they're from, like all of that details. So then I know that, okay, these are super targeted people that we can take their feedback and then implement it on our prototype. So I don't know who you interviewed, or I know which stage. I think you said you interviewed them in the beginning and at the end, but I got a little bit confused in the details. So perhaps in the future it would be nice to tell me who are those people. 4 is not a good enough sample for what you're doing. I would do maybe 5 clients and 5 designers and different types of designers, right? To see like what they're doing and all of that. And then get that feedback, and then you're done. You're good to go. I would not expect more out of this, but just to, because people have a lot of opinions about a lot of different things. That's maybe one thing that I would like you to explore more. And the other thing is, have you started thinking about how you're going to attract people on your platform, because they exist somewhere else? So how are you going to get them there? This whole matching process doesn't work if I put all my criteria and there's no designers to help me.
Yeah.
Right. So how are we going to get them to use your very beautiful no-name app?
The first one about the test, the big difference between the first interviews in the research and in the testing is because in the interviews, I tested people that I already made renovation on their homes because I wanted to know the experience. But in the test, I was looking for people that want to do a renovation. That was like the big difference between both test. And I in the beginning, I have more information about my beginning, but I take off for the time. It was just for the time, but even I have the slides. And about the second one, I was thinking about that. To be honest, I'm not really sure. I was just thinking about a marketing to try to get to these people that need something small. I want to change. You want to change your kitchen. It's not about the whole house. It's about maybe something. Maybe it's the color. Maybe it's a furniture. Maybe it's something like that. Yeah.
Nice. Thank you, Sarah. So you can stop sharing. And the next, no worries. It's going to be Anna Horton.
Hi, guys. Big presentation to follow there. So, hi, I'm Anna, a user researcher based in Manchester. So we're going to kick off this presentation with a couple of questions. So who in the room has professional skills? Raise your hand. And who, if you could do it quick and easily, would like to share them with grassroots organisations? Hopefully a few of you still would like to do that, yeah. So today we're going to look at the Help app that helps professionals share their skills with grassroots organisations. So how did I get here? I have started volunteering at Community Garden in Manchester, and it's a really great place to meet people, grow food, but the one thing is they struggle with scheduling and managing their volunteer programme. So I started with a hypothesis, thinking about how I could maybe make a technical solution that would help them with their scheduling. So I went and interviewed 5 volunteers and 5 organisations with under 10 staff, and sent out a survey to validate the results. And I to understand whether scheduling was a problem and their challenges and motivations. So after 10 hours of interviews, I had a lot of pain points and a lot of things came out. So it was a big task when I was doing the affinity mapping to try and find those common goals. And the thing that came out that I could see that was a common goal was this idea around skills. So organizations wanted skills and they were missing skills, and volunteers wanted to share their skills to feel valued and be part of a bigger picture. So I used archetypes to kind of synthesize my data down and map my kind of first user flow. And because I had so many different volunteers and organizations, I had a few archetypes. So the one that I focused on was this skill sharer. Someone who wants to share their skills, be part of a bigger picture, but maybe struggles because of time and opportunities not being flexible. And then on the organization side is the lone wolf. So this is someone who's in a very small team or on their own, is super stretched and struggles to make these kind of meaningful opportunities. So I reframed my hypothesis to think about how you would share skills, how volunteers could share skills to contribute to their community. And so this led to me making some wireframes to try and map what the lone wolf might be able to use. So I did 5 usability testing with these very early wireframes, and I found out some really interesting things around how organizations structure their work. So the way I was mapping the flow out didn't reflect how the organization mapped their work. So the kind of architecture of the app felt like it was slightly wrong. So they didn't like projects, they did roles. There was questions around when you're doing skills that people struggle to rate their skills and match that up. But they really liked the fact that they could quickly message someone in the app. I had this feature. I was trying to do, I think, too many things at one time, and I had this feature where organizations could like share volunteers. And then the interesting insight was like, when I find a good volunteer, I don't want to share. So I was thinking, right, okay, there's some ownership over these volunteers. Also, a key thing was that people were missing professional skills. So it wasn't just any skills, it was these professional skills. And there was a conscious things around time. So I originally had the flow that organizations could look through volunteers and pick them. Well, actually, they wouldn't have time to do that, they told me. And often they needed last minute advice. So maybe they wouldn't have time to make a full role, and that will come in later. Okay, so then I reframed my hypothesis again to try and focus down on this volunteers who work full time to share their skills. And kind of reframe my archetype to be this wise owl who's going to share their skills. They work full time, but they need something flexible. So I'm going to show you my first flow. So yeah, this is, imagine you're someone who's working full time and you are using this app to kind of find out what's going on in your local community. So you explore the roles. They've already been tagged by what this person has put in to their in the onboarding. So they're a finance professional and they have leadership skills. So the opportunities are kind of filtered for them, but they can also add or change skills if they feel like that's necessary. So I'm going to pick this budgeting opportunity. So one of the key things was volunteers really wanted to know what made a difference for their project and what impact it was going to make. So this was a key thing to have there. And people often wanted to know a bit more about what the organization did, their mission, and what they would like to work for. Had anyone else done it before? So you can find that out there. Oh, please work. So yeah, we're looking like this is something I want to do. So there's a very quick volunteer application form because you'd also be sent your profile. And this was really appealing, the fact that it was very quick and easy to do. And then because a lot of the roles were remote or flexible, there was a kind of, you could book in a call to talk to the organization for them to hand over any work. So then this would immediately go into your calendar that you've linked with your account. And then on the organization side, they would get an alert and they could either accept the calendar invite or reject it and send a message why. So quickly, before I go back to the presentation, I'll just show the profile for the volunteer. So I wanted to, the kind of colors that I used, I wanted them to like link to other professional apps that were out there, like LinkedIn and Twitter. So use this kind of blue color. And I thought that a way to kind of show references and build trust was that you could link your accounts to there. And you can also badges for volunteering. And organizations would see this and know that you've taken part in projects before. So what is this? I hear you ask. So after doing more usability tests, I refined the questions, I improved the calendar, and I improved the profiles, but it still felt like there was something missing. This poor lone wolf still couldn't find volunteers to share their skills last minute. So I went back to the research and thought about how could I make something that would solve this solution, which was like a key thing that people wanted. So then I developed the Helping Hands alert. So let's have a look at this. So this is on the organization side. And so very similar to the volunteer side, but instead of searching, you get to create. So I'm the lone wolf and I'm going to create my project. And I can do it in two ways. I can create a new role like you just saw, or I can create this Helping Hands alert. And you can also get inspiration to see what kind of projects there are. Ooh. So the Helping Hands alert, if this was your first time using it, you get a pop-up to tell you what that was. And so in a nutshell, it's a message that gets sent out to everyone on your network. So the lone wolf wants to get a budget reviewed quickly that day. They'd send out a message to everyone who was tagged with finance to get a quick reply. And this takes you through what you need to write in your Helping Hands alert. So a quick paragraph of what you need help with. You can tag the skill, and these would come through from the volunteers, how long it's going to take, a date you need a reply by, and then you get to send it. And then it will tell you that there's 50 people in your network that have this skill that it's gone to, so you get an idea of what kind of reply you'll get. And then this will appear in your messages in the Helping Hands section, and you can go through and edit it anytime. So on the volunteer side, it would appear like a notification like this, and you would be able to just click into it and answer it from the message. If you're not interested, you can just leave the app, or if you are, you can go back to it in your Helping Hand messages. And for volunteers, there was this need when I was doing the usability testing to be able to turn this alert on and off quite easily. So I added this Helping Hand alert toggle in the profile. So the kind of next usability tests I would do would be to do a survey to really refine the filters and put a cap on the filters, because I feel like that could, the amount of skills. So to really understand what skills people might want to share, because I feel like that could get a bit unwieldy. And through the usability testings as well, people said that potentially they might get loads for an organization, so they might get loads of replies for this Helping Hand alert. And could there be a way to cap the amount of replies they might get and some filtering in that? And there was also this idea around references, like how to build trust within the app. So at the moment, anyone can sign up. So I put in those kind of badges and LinkedIn, but it felt like there needed maybe to be a bit more research into that side of things. And there I kind of thought of an idea maybe for the future development is the kind of CSR side of things. So I thought you could maybe link up with employers as their corporate social responsibility. And this might also help with references. So if you sign up as an employee and employee, they can say, yeah, they've got that skill, and then kind of creating a network that way. And one thing I'm keen to do as a researcher is make sure everything I make is accessible. So I'd want to do some kind of accessibility tests and further research into that. Cool. That's it. Any questions, guys?
Bravo, Ana. Clear and strong presentation. I really like your deeper research. That's your main skill as a UX researcher right now. And thank you to Luis as well, of course. for that, to work hard on that, on the research part. I really like. I'm just seeing this in this edition, more work on that part, and I'm really proud.
Thanks, guys.
So, more questions? Luis?
Yeah, I can go first, and then, well, first of all, thank you very much. I think I'm very biased, and I acknowledge that because Anna's a researcher, and I just love her process and how she thinks. Overall, thank you very much for the presentation. I think you did a great job. You'll see the comments that we've left you in the document once you get it, so I don't really want to deep dive into that. I have one question, though, and that is about, well, accessibility, especially when it comes to volunteering and like organizations that use platforms like apps or websites and the consumers of it. So me as a professional or retired person who wants to volunteer my time, and I feel like some of your visuals maybe and some of your font sizes, like the way the whole app is made into, have you thought about accessibility? Have you thought about who the audience for this could be? Research shows that early retirees or people who are retire around their 50s and 60s volunteer a lot of their time and skills because they still have a lot of their skills fresh, right? Like they still want to contribute. So how have you thought about that, and how, considering accessibility and your age group demographic? I know you had different archetypes and all of that.
Yeah, so I think that's why I kind of reframe the problem again to try and focus on those that were currently in professional skills. So that's kind of why I use like the kind of blue, and like maybe it felt a bit more kind of corporate. But I think, yeah, one of the things is, yeah, a lot of, I suppose when I was talking to people, a lot of the volunteers were retired people or students. And it felt like there was this like missing gap of people that might want to volunteer who were working full time. But what I wanted, if I had more time, I'd want to go and do more user research of that specific audience group, because I feel like that was kind of a key thing that was maybe missing, because I just only had like 2 people that were working full time in my initial interviews. So I looked a lot at like kind of GDS principles or how to make things accessible. And so I've tried to make sure the font sizes and like the color contrast and things like that are on point, but I do think it needs more refining in that kind of area for sure.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for answering.
Thank you. More questions? No. Thank you, Anna.
Thanks, guys.
So next one is Milagros.
Yes, that's me. Let me share my screen. Ooh, let me know when you can see it.
Yes.
So I'm Millie. I welcome to my bootcamp project, allWomen community. It all started with my problem 1 week before the bootcamp started. I had a leaky faucet. I had to call a plumber. And apparently I made a stupid question and I received this attitude. So actually his attitude was my problem statement. I made myself this question: is there any way to avoid this? So I went down to make some research. I launched 2 surveys. I had 218 answers from 65 cities. I'm so proud. From 26 different countries. And actually, the most interesting part is that the pattern repeats worldwide. So my most interesting finding was that 75% of women feel confident on fixing breakdowns if they had the knowledge or the tools, but only 34% are doing it nowadays, mainly because they don't have the knowledge. So I also interviewed 7 amazing women with different profiles, some of them very handy, and would always try to fix it first for themselves. If they couldn't, they'll call someone, and some of them wouldn't, would never have a spanner in their hands in their lives, but they were still really interested in knowing, in not being overcharged, that it's a big issue among us. So I process all the data through empathy and affinity mappings. And these are many of my key insights. I had a lot. I had to transform them into jobs to be done and how might we. I put them in this chart to prioritize them, and I chose the most appealing one for me. It was how might we empower women in their decision when handling a breakdown to choose whether to fix it themselves or to hire a pro. So I created two very different archetypes. Handy Susan, that would always at least try to fix it herself first. She would go online and search for the answer. The biggest issue for her was to name the problem, to know how to fix it. And then it's Picky Michelle. She would never try to fix it, but she would still be very interested in knowing how it's done to get more confidence to address the problem better, and of course not being overcharged for the job. So with these very different archetypes, this was my biggest challenge, I think, my user flow, to convey both paths into one intuitive app and address both their problems. I created a beautiful mood board, very powerful, with a sky and a sunset that it's powerful yet calm. I wanted to convey this image. I needed some illustrations to make it jolly and friendly and not to scare my user, because there's a lot of technicisms going on and it might frighten you. So I created this design system, a lot of different headline sizes and body text sizes as well, I needed to hierarchize the information a lot, and I created these icons, painted ones, to convey the image that I just said, primary and secondary buttons, cards, etc. So I made 11 user testings all along, and I iterated a lot. I started pretty stubborn with, I wanted people to get to find the problem by rooms, because I thought it was the smartest way. But after some testing, I understood that some of them wanted to choose by category, or if they had the name, they would only go to search it for the name and save some steps. So I had to go to make a step before and add to choose the path they wanted to take. Another big iteration was I'm actually laughing at the first screen. You can see it was horrible. It was my procedure screen, very heavy texted, and you couldn't even read it. So I knew I had to break it down to make it more enjoyable and affordable as well. So I broke it down into 3 steps and with different tasks in each step. And I put some information as warnings, so you feel safe all along. Also, I added the status bar, very important, because if not, you can get dizzy in which step you are in. And I added a help button all along to, if you can't accomplish that task, then you can ask the community or call a pro. So let's go to my prototype. Actually, I have it here. Welcome to Handy Woman community, help at your fingertips. Really nice onboarding, get the help you need, easy to follow instructions. It's like following a recipe. And to make a shopping list as well if you need some tools that you don't have. So here we have the home screen, and here you can choose your path. You can either write the name of the problem and save some steps, or you can start your search. I had a leaky faucet, as I said, so I'll search by rooms. I'll go to the bathroom, that it's where I had it. My tap was faulty, and then I find my leaky faucet. Here's the overview of the repair. Here you have all the information, the estimated time it should take me, the cost, and the skills level that you need to solve it. So the tools here first, because it's very important to start the repair. If you don't have them, you can add them to your shopping list. And then you can go to the hardware store with the precise name to avoid some looks that as the plumber gave to me. So the steps here to have an overview as well, if it's within your scope or not. And here you can choose, okay, I'll definitely try to do it myself. If not, you can post a question to the community or call a pro. I'll try it. Here it's my procedure, my nice warning to put the plug on to avoid things going down the sink. Thank you very much. That's very helpful. And my step-by-steps. Next step, perfect. I can handle this, great. So I've done it, but if not, you can always ask the community or call a pro along the way. So great job. Do you want to add this experience to your profile? I only put the profile here because it made sense to me to know for the user to get to know the app before creating an account, to know its value and use it as an encyclopedia of disaster as well. To solve their problems. And once they know its value, you can create your account. Of course, I'll do it. This is awesome. And here's my profile, my expertise level that I can grow if I complete more tasks into an expert, my activity, my tools, I can upload them to check them out. If I don't want to do all that step by step, I can call a professional directly. And well, I'll add some filters. I had a plumbing issue and it's an emergency. So here it's I'll look for Daniela. Here is her profile, some photo gallery of her jobs and some reviews. Perfect. I'll send her a message. And another great feature of my app is the community. Here are some nice articles so that you can keep up with the management of your house. And yeah, that's about it. I'll go back to the presentation. Next steps, go deeper into the community, share stories, tips, best tricks and tools between each other. I would like to go deeper into gamification as well. The expertise levels actually is a nice feature that I would like to develop more. And the monetization part gives some online courses, ask a private sessions, and add a marketplace for tools. And of course, all the UI that I have the feedback on UI that I got this today. So UI is also very next step. My takeaways. There is so much value in everyone's stories. I actually loved making those interviews. It was so insightful. Take ownership. This is more a personal one that I hope I take a long way. And sticking to your first idea can be a mistake. Sometimes a better solution takes a little more time and exploration to find. So iteration is key. And thank you very much.
Wow, amazing, Millie. I really like it. And I like it that you take like a personal issue into this real project. So good.
Ooh, thank you.
Really, you had time to put some of the feedback from this morning. I was looking at it and I was so impressed. I was like, wow, this happened for real. Amazing. I was very surprised. I'm sorry I gave you so much feedback. I think well, it could be useful. I loved it. I had a couple of questions. Maybe I will leave one just for outside today. The warning that you put, where is it coming from? Was this something that you detected on the user interviews? Was it something personal?
The warnings, actually, they are in like the steps, but I actually thought that it was better to make it a warning, because it's very important that not to, like, it's very helpful. And then when I tested them, they were, all the interviews, the users were like, wow, I love this, this is so helpful. And they actually went saying all the learnings that they have, and the warnings that they had in their lives. So that was a great.
Yeah, no, because it was also impressive for me. Like, oh, yeah, don't forget about this thing, which is very important, right? And the question I had maybe for right now was on the professional side. Have you thought about how these people will be here? Like, is it something that I don't know? I don't even know how to express it. Like, is it, are you passing any filter to the people that are there listed? Is these people that are recommended by the community? You know what I mean? Like, the people that are appearing on the professional listing should be people that are valuable for your community, right? So I was wondering, have you thought about how you will make a connection with these people so they appear here?
Actually, not yet, but I know that community really works. Like, I got all this information from many different Facebook groups and forums, and the word mouth thing works a lot. So I would go down that path, although
That's okay. Thank you. Looks great.
Thank you. Susana?
Emily, nice presentation. Thank you for sharing with us. I was just curious about something. So at this moment, there was like a module asking if you wanted to add this expertise or this experience, whatever you had, fix it to your profile. What's your intention behind it, or why did you decide to do it, or what's the line of thought behind it?
It came out with, after some testing as well. The handy people that I tested with, they were all super excited, because it's actually super rewarding to fix something in your house. So to keep that in mind and track of that, it's actually rewarding by itself. So having this feature, for me, it was like to empower this reward. Like,
have you thought about
pride.
Millie, have you thought about feeding that back? So once you put something in your as your expertise because you solved it before, maybe if I'm online at the moment and somebody's trying to figure out the same thing, you could become available and just like have a chat or help out. Or I think you could evolve. I like that. And I was wondering what was behind it, because I think you can evolve a little bit beyond what you did there. But that was it. That was just my feedback, and thank you once again. Nice work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Luis?
Great job, Millie. Thank you very much for your presentation and all the things that you've done. Love your personal approach to it. So that's really refreshing to take a problem that you have and then like, well, how do I fix it? One of my questions for you is, I think we also talked about this when we were during the week, is that, well, how is this different than YouTube or WikiHow and Facebook groups? And are we just gonna like try to get those people to stay on this community that you've created? And how? Because if everyone could do that, we'd all be millionaires, right? So like, what was the strategy? And also, what was the feedback you got from the people that you have interviewed?
Actually, the difference is building a safe place where you can ask and you can feel safe and get all the information in once. Actually, there's a lot of information out there, but it's not all worth it. So having all those features, it's the difference. It's a key difference. And sorry, I forgot the other. But yeah, that's the main difference. It's also it's very important for us to have a place where we can ask any kind of question and not get that look that I got. And yeah, And
I think that's really
also,
great.
sorry, also the really like recipe step-by-step solution, actually don't have it, and I got it from an interview that a lady said, like, it's like following a recipe actually, but we don't have that mindset, so changing that mindset for me was really important.
I think you should definitely focus, if you want to move forward with this, with the main value proposition, which is this safe place. And that needs to be like across all of your app, right? Everywhere we need to feel like this is a safe place, because that's the differentiator from that and all the other platforms, like public ones like Facebook and YouTube, where it's not necessarily safe. And if this is a safe place, then I would focus on that and how do I leverage that and infuse it into my designs and my idea. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Millie.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we are with Paula.
Yes. Hello, girls. So let me share my screen. Let me know.
Now.
All right. So, hi everyone. I'm Paula, and today I will be talking about subscriptions. And I will start with this question: why should you care about subscriptions? Well, they seem harmless, but actually, if they are kept unwatched, they can become a real problem and actually eat up your budget. So, how did everything started? My interest in the way we consume things nowadays drove this project's idea. So we are no longer interested in owning things, but rather we are valuing access over possession. We became a very impatient generation that wants everything here and now, and businesses have noticed that, and they try to adapt the products and services to satisfy this immediacy that we are craving. And subscriptions were born. So as we can see here, as statistics shows, subscriptions are indeed shaping our consumption behavior. So we should find a way, if subscriptions are indeed the future, we should find a way for this business model to grow sustainably. Because as we don't own things anymore, we are becoming less and less mindful of what we are purchasing. And then you will look at your bank statement and be surprised that you are having this spending here and there, and you don't know where it's coming from, right? So that's why I started my research focusing on the downsides of subscriptions. So I believe subscriptions users are failing to keep track of their subscriptions because managing a handful of them is pushing our capability to remember it all. So I started my research wanting to learn about these inconveniences and ultimately whether users were considered them to be a problem. So I carried out 6 online interviews and a survey with 64 responses, and I gathered enough data to confirm my assumptions. So what did I learn from the survey and interviews? In terms of usage, actually 64% of participants said that they are likely to subscribe to new products and services this year, and 68% have more than 4 subscriptions. What does this mean? It means that people indeed see value on subscriptions, and it's probably going to happen that we are going to have more and more subscriptions in the future. In terms of expenditure, 38% of the participants are spending an average of 360 euros per year on subscriptions. And participants also pointed out that the main reason that makes subscriptions unpleasant is forgetting that they're paying them. And this forgetfulness is what actually drives them to spend more. Why is this happening? Because of the nature of subscriptions. There are different specifics. You know, they're all different. When are they due? What is their cost? And so on. So it makes it really overwhelming to remember everything. So I then reframed my problem statement and I focused my whole ideation process on finding a way to ease this struggle. How might we help people to manage their subscriptions efficiently? People don't have time, but they do need an efficient tool to control their spendings and ultimately to regain control. of your finances in general. So before deep diving into my solution, I spent some time analyzing competition, and my goal was to turn their weaknesses into my strengths to see how could I add value to what is out there. So I then laid the core value of my app into automation. So I figured that most of my competitors were just having a manual way of adding your subscriptions. And after the interviews and after the survey, I believe that was the main blocker for many users to actually get the work done and track their subscriptions. So I just really focused on these specific features. Besides, I wanted to aim for simplicity and an understandable onboarding process in order to explain this automation feature. So none of this, I accomplished none of this during my first iteration. So what went wrong on my low fidelity prototype? Well, pretty much everything. So I didn't have a home screen. The automation feature went unnoticed, even though it was meant to help users. The onboarding process was confusing. The navigation bar was unclear. And there were just too many details and features that were just dissipating the core value of the app. So all of these extra features were just nice to have and not really the value proposition of the app. So I tried again, this time a bit more inspired after working on my mood board. So what I wanted to show was somehow sort of like a futuristic techie theme, but yet accessible with relatable colors, such as green for money, blue for trust. However, I wasn't there yet. I did apply some learnings. I built a bit of a more straightforward guided process with steps to follow. However, I turned this automation feature into a trigger for the users. Why? Because they were seeing payment methods straight away, thinking they would have to pay for something. And it made many of the users skip that bit. What I wanted to achieve is explain that if you could link your payment method, that payment method you use when you subscribe to something, linking that, it would automatically get all the subscriptions you have with that payment method. However, I didn't explain it well enough, and at the end, many of my testings, they were just skipping this part and going straight to an empty homepage because there were no subscriptions yet added. Still, all of my other features, people were saying they were nice to have, not really necessary. So I was a bit frustrated at this point, but well, third time lucky, I hope. So I really rewired everything at this point, and I just broke everything down to what I wanted to achieve, that was efficiency. So I'm gonna show you the result. So let me introduce you to my app that is called PayFem. And I am someone that is using this app for the first time. And I just want to have a quick overview of my subscriptions and know how much I am spending. So as you can see, I worked a bit more detail into the onboarding process, and I really tried to explain what was all this automation feature that I was talking about, and really highlighting that you don't have to pay for anything. This is just something that is going to make your work easier. So again, we have all the steps, very straightforward, very easy. You would just then select your subscriptions, and ultimately you would master your subscriptions and know all their specifics. So after signing up, I go again to the first step. I did it a little bit more cleaner, no pop-ups, because at the beginning I did everything with pop-ups, and of course this didn't work out. And I really highlight that the data is safe with us. I know, and from the testing, this data can be a little bit sensitive. So I make sure that the data is safe with us. We are not going to use that data for anything else. So I link my payment method, and then here are the subscriptions that are linked to that payment method. So I would just add, well, in this case, all of them to my panel. And here, this is my home screen. So I wanted to make it very simple, very straightforward, and just an overview of everything by subscription, and then in a more of a transactional way. So here you would have your upcoming payments, so you can see when your subscriptions are due, and a bit more about the insights, so how much are you spending per month, and so on and so forth. So going back to my home screen, I can also go with inside my subscriptions to see the details of each of those. And then ultimately, another very important thing, and as you can see, I removed the navigation bar because, well, it really dissipated the value of the app once again. So the only thing that I added down here is the plus button. That means that you can manually add your subscriptions at any time. So here, a simple list. And well, this is it. Also, there's the other flow. Whenever you don't want to link your payment method and you skip that process, you will just go to an empty screen where you would just have the option either to add them manually with the plus button or to go back and add your link your payment method once again. So just to conclude with the presentation, I really want to talk about my learnings, or just a couple of learnings that I have. It's been such a journey, and every step of the way has been a learning. But actually, there are two takeaways that I said this several times, but I really try to incorporate them in my daily life. And one is always practice empathy and never aim for perfection, because you always have to show your work in progress. So thank you very much. And don't forget to cancel the subscriptions you don't use.
Great, Paula. Amazing. Super clear design. I really like it. White space, all in place. I love it. And it's a real problem. It's my problem like every month. Like I didn't remember all my subscriptions. But I have a question. What make a difference in your app? Like, for example, I always review my bank account to see my subscriptions, if they charge a payment. What is the difference between your app and going to your bank account?
Yeah. So it was interesting because I did ask a lot of questions in the interviews to know what were people using, because I don't know if you saw, but I had this statistic that I think almost 60% of participants, they do use a digital tool to manage their finances somehow. So that was also my question, like, okay, why is nothing out there that actually works? And what I realized is that, well, it's kind of like hard to let's say attach your bank app to this sort of thing. Like, people just tend to think like, okay, this is my bank app, this is just for seeing what I'm like you would say your expenses in general, but it's not very detailed or specific with recurrent payments that are subscriptions. There are no enough information on the merchant's details, for example. They are normally too rigid, so you cannot customize it enough. It's just generally defined or generally designed, these bank apps. So what I wanted to do was something way more specific, and still an app that, well, I didn't talk about it because of time, but I do have a lot of potential features that I would like to add, and I do believe it has some potential and things that can be done. But I think at the end is the focus. So I just had one focus, and even though it might seem simple, I was a bit worried that everything looks so simple, but that was the hard part, just to make something that simple, because it was truly not easy.
Nice, thank you. Susana?
Hey, Paula, thank you for your presentation. It was really nice. I think your project, I think I mentioned this before, you have a lot of technical, if you would move this forward, you would have a lot of technical problems or constraints. I don't even imagine how would that be. The first thing you are having there, I don't think it's a big problem to link into your PayPal, etc. But like having a connection to your bank, this would be probably a bit more problematic. And I think what differentiates you is that you talk about you can cancel your subscription. So you can manage your subscriptions in one place, right? And you cannot do that while you look into your bank account to check the breakdown of your payments, etc. All good. But I was curious to know, have you talked with a person that is a developer or somebody that's more linked to technology to try to understand if this could actually work? Because if I think, okay, I want to cancel Netflix, I have to log into Netflix. Maybe I need to search whatever it is. I never cancel, so I don't know how it works. But I imagine each service has their own way of canceling, and I really struggle to visualize that being done in an app, because I think your user will always need to step out of the app to do that. So can you talk to me a little bit more about this, and if you have any technological insights, etc.?
So two things. First, regarding the cancellation process, I do wanna, well, I would somehow add this if I would have time in the future. It's not that I thought about it. It's not that I would give you the option to cancel through the app. I don't think that's even possible. But I would try to, let's say, shed some light on the process, because sometimes it's just tricky. You get into Netflix, you don't know where to go, how to do it. So I was thinking to give some sort of information on that process beforehand. Maybe even give you the link to the place where you can actually cancel it through Netflix. I'm sure this app cannot do that, but at least it could potentially give some information on what you could do. And in terms of technological limitations, I know they're all over the place, and I'm happy that I didn't have to work through them. I did not talk with any developers. However, I do something slightly similar at my work, and there's something called, well, of course, the APIs. So I was thinking somehow I could build some sort of relationship with some banks and try to, build this API with them. So they would, we would just be an intermediary. You would just get that data. You wouldn't use that data. We will just serve as a link or something like that. But I know the technical limitations are all over the place, and potentially I would be interested in knowing more about that. I really didn't have the time, but it's, well, yeah, it would have been also my first question, like automation, yes, but of course there are limitations.
And probably hire a couple of lawyers.
Yeah, for sure.
API of the bank. But yeah, definitely think about it. And as Daniela was saying, like, I mean, what value does your app bring that it's different, or it provides like provides value for a user that it's different from looking into my bank account? Because, for example, in La Caixa, you have these buckets and you can actually see for where your money is going to, if it's like a rent or a food and stuff like that. So I would try to understand a little bit more the technical constraints you may have, all of this process, and think about, okay, what is my value proposition in this case? Yeah, because now you're giving a breakdown of your users' subscriptions, but more to it. So continue to develop your process and talk to the right people to get a little bit more insights on that part, because I think you're going to be surprised. Yeah, thank you, Paula.
Thank you, Sana.
Nice work.
Thank you, Paula. Amazing. So let's go with the next, Gabriela.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to share my screen. You can see it?
Yes.
Super. So, hello. I hope everybody's fine. Let me introduce myself. My name is Gabi Stiliha, and I like books. I'm a passionate learner. I like to eat, and I also like plants so much. And I think these little living beings make our home so comfortable. So let's speak about plants.
why other people like plants. Because they clean indoor air, reduce your stress, boost your mood. Also, it's a great hobby, and it's a cool decoration. But when you got your first plant, you also got responsibility and challenges, like remembering to fertilize, keep them alive, knowing what's wrong with them. And also each plant has different needs, and sometimes our pets could damage them also. So we can say that they can be very, very tricky. And especially when we got some disease and we have to find out what's wrong and we have to search on Google. And yeah, I know Google is my friend, but if somebody tries to search something for Google, everybody knows that it's not so easy. Tons of information, and we just don't know which one will help for us. So I launched my survey in 2 different groups. One of them was the plant groups. It's a big Facebook plant groups, and the other one is it was just a general. And I just try to search for differences. Maybe we be in these 2 big groups, I could find some big differences, but the truth is no, not too much. We have close, very, very same feelings. And in my survey, I studied that even though most people try to water their plants regularly, we already lost some of them. And but we buy new plants and we try it again and again because we love them, and we have very, very deep feelings. Like it's just some insight from my survey. Like I treat my plants like human beings. I like to do pictures and post on stories. It is something that makes me happy. So that's why people are interested in useful tips about plants, and also they like to share pictures about plants. And when I got from the interview and for the survey also a lot of information, I just figured out that the biggest pain point is not because they forget to water their plants regularly. It's very, very hard to find the information, because if you try to search it on Google, it's, how I told before, it's too much information. Usually we try to ask it for our friends, but maybe we also don't know the answer. And so one of the biggest problem is how to get the information, and the other one, it's not a problem, it's positive, that we like them and we like to share photos, share knowledge, share everything. So here I got my aha moment that having plants at home shouldn't be a hobby alone. So that we need is a community. So this is my solution that could help losing less plants. Of course, we need information, general information about plants. We need some reminders, because nowadays everybody have a very, very busy life. So this is true. It's easy to forget them. And we also need some pro tips, especially now, because girls, now it's reporting time. So don't forget to report your plants. Also, this application can have to be braver and not only buy easy care plans, because we will know where to ask for help. And so let's go to the forum. So here is the forum where you can ask your question or search using labels. Here you can see, for example, the latest post. Also, you can share pictures about your plants. Here, I would like to help people to ask all the questions, all the information that they would like to know. They also can upload some photos, and you also can check your own post. And if you got the answer, you can rate your answer that you got, because if you can rate it, it helps to create a trustworthy community, because everybody can write everything. But if you rate the answers, it means if a lot of people rate the answers, it means that this answer could be really, really helpful. And my solution also provides some help to take care of your plants. Like you can go to your plant section, you can choose your plants, which one you want to take care, or you also can choose all of them. And after, like a to-do list, you can just switch it on, like you are ready with it. Okay, I'm ready. Nice job. Okay, so and what happened if you don't want to ask everything in the forum, because somebody like to use forum, somebody not. So this application also provides some general information about the plant. For example, like when you have to rotate, give water, what they are pet friendly or they like shadow. But all of this function later you can change it. And also because the forum is the heart of the app, you can get selected forum topics about your plants. So it's not necessary for you to search all the information in the forum, because the app collects all this information for you. Okay. So, and also my challenge was to make a plant owner like a plant guru. So you can make a plant diary where the app log when you water your plant or rotate or what you did with them. And also you can add your related post from the forum. You can upload some pictures, and you can add some notes, for example, when you change the soil or when you report it. And now imagine that you have a lot of energy into your plants, and now you are like a plant guru, and you want to go for a vacation. And now you have a very deep fear that your friend won't know what to do with your plants. And it's not a problem, because if your friend has an account, you can synchronize your plants, and your friends will also know what to do with your plants. And the result is happy plants, and also happy owners, and happy vacation. And I put all the important information in the main screen. In the top, I go a little bit back. So in the top, you can see some pro tips. After, you can see your plants, and you can easily add a new one here too. Also, on the homepage, you can see how many plants need some care right now. It's just a small reminders. And after, you can see all the recent posts from your forum, and all this function you can check it in the menu too. So this is my app. The name of it, KIT, means keep your plants healthy. So during the process, I try to make easy navigation for every generation. I use colors that reminds nature, and it was important to use neutral graphic to be gender neutral. So thank you for your attention. I hope you enjoyed my presentation.
Nice, Gabby. I really like the UI. Nice colors, super clean design.
Thanks.
I really like it. I don't know if I miss it, but what if, like, I really like plants, but I don't know the names of the plants. So I don't know if I miss it in the presentation, but what if I want to add a plant, but I don't know the technical name.
Yeah, it's also possible, but the app can give this general information if the app know the name of the plant. So you can add it, but you have to fill this part by your own. So yeah, I know it's a little bit bad, but maybe you can ask it on the forum, and the other people can help you, because it's a very common question: what is this plant? So, and after you can put it to your plants, and the application give you the general information.
Nice, because I use a one that I can take a picture and it tell me the names. Like maybe it's an API, I don't know, but it could be great for next steps.
Yeah.
Nice. So Lydia, thank you.
Thank you.
Whoop. Yeah, it was great. I totally will use this app. I loved it. I think it will be super useful. And I was really interested on the syncing feature. I'm not sure if you explained it and I missed it, but how would it exactly work? Because maybe you need two accounts, right? So then my friend knows or syncs the plans that I have, so they know how they need to take care of it. But maybe there will be an opportunity there for have like a, I don't know, like a profile that is very easy to make, right? That you don't need to register. You're just giving someone like an invite into your portfolio of plants. So it's a bit easier for people who are not so engaged on the taking care of the plants. Could be interesting, you know. But can you explain me a little bit better how it works?
So my original idea was that your friends also make an account, and there is the plant where you can see all your plants. In the top, there is a button where you can add a new place, and in this new place, you can add your friend's plant by synchronizing. So because the application, all the information all the data you can get from the app, so you just have to synchronize this data. So.
Yeah, I think it's a really cool feature because it's going to happen. Eventually, we're going to be able to leave the house, right? And someone will need to take care of our plants. But yeah, I love the project. Thank you, guys.
You, Susana?
Hey, Gabriela, thank you for your presentation. I was curious, so when you talk to your users, do they actually name their plants, like Maria instead of Christopulus, Phonicophilus? Do they actually give names as a pet?
It was my second question everywhere, in the interview and in the survey too, and mostly people know. I thought that everybody named their plants. For example, I named my first plants, but no, just a very, very small part name of their plants. So that's why I skipped this part, because I also think that, okay, when you add a new plant, maybe you can write the origin name, and you can write also the nickname. But if mostly people don't use this option, that's why I skip it.
Okay, nice. And I was curious about it because some people do it, and I was just thinking about it. The other thing, you were talking about the community. I don't know if I missed it or not, but I think Lydia was talking about that a little bit as well. So one big thing is when you have plants is the problem. When you go on vacation, who can water my plants? Who is the person I would trust? And is this community also like a source to promote that? In that sense that, okay, this person maybe lives next to me, this person has the same type of plants, maybe we could do some plant swap.
Yeah.
I mean,
I understand you. Yeah. It's a very good idea, because my very first idea was to ask your friends, because your plants usually in your house, and you just don't want to enter everybody, because it's your very safe place. So but yeah, it's a very, very good idea. I have to work on it because maybe your friends are so busy and you want to go for a 2 or 3 week long vacation after this COVID. So yeah, I have to think about it. Thank you.
Yeah, explore it. I think it would evolve nicely in that sense as well, because people that are there are people that love plants, and if you make it like a trust and a place where people feel safe, then it should be also okay, I guess. The same way there's like a lot of pet swap houses to take care of pets and stuff like that, you can try to do with plants. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriela. So next one is going to be Ilva.
Yes, let's do this. Okay. Can you see the presentation now?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yep.
Okay, good. Yeah, so thank you for the opportunity to present my project today. I'm Ilva, and I would like to talk with you about choosing fruits and vegetables. So first, one quick question. You can just raise your hand. I will see you here. Who thinks, or who can say with confidence, when strawberries are in season in Barcelona? Okay, I see not a lot of hands. Great. And who thinks that this is important or valuable to know? Okay, good. So I would say that we all agree that there's some basic knowledge that we just don't have anymore in our generation, but we do think it's important. So this is what I want to tackle with my project or my product. So I would like to take you through my process. First phase, empathize phase. I wanted to dig a bit deeper and understand, why do people struggle so much to get the information about fruits and vegetables that we want? What are the main pain points? So I did some qualitative interviews, and I expected to find like 1 or 2 topics, like let's say organic products, yes or no, that people struggle with, so that I can provide a solution to this. But as you can see in my affinity map, there was loads of problems and I didn't see anything clearly. So what really helped me was to turn everything into key insights, jobs to be done, and how might we's. So I had a lot of how might we's, but they all came down to 2 things. First, knowledge is key. And this is not knowledge about what is right or wrong. This is basic knowledge about fruits and vegetables that we just don't have anymore. And the second thing is that most people I talked to actually already tried to learn about the topic, but they're highly demotivated because information was overwhelming, or they just couldn't remember what they read, so they stopped it. One like bonus info for me was that I expected to end up making an app for people to scan their fruits while they do the shopping or something, but they said they don't want to use the phone while grocery shopping because it's time consuming and because of COVID. So that's something that I didn't think about. I also did some quantitative research, a survey with 90 responses from international people, because I wanted to understand a bit more about the behavior of my users, my potential users. And it all came down to the busy quality hunter, I called it. So that's a person that goes to big chain supermarkets because it's more convenient, limited time and budget, and try to learn about the topic, but just didn't manage to remember anything. So the opportunity that I saw was helping people to acquire knowledge about fruits and veggies in a fun and relaxed way, so that they can make an informed decision. And I want to say again that I didn't want to create something that tells you what is right or what is wrong, that judges your decision, but I wanted to create something that helps you to understand, or that teaches you in like general knowledge, that you can take a decision which probably looks very different for each and every one of us. So ideation phase was very fun with some wonderful ladies from the bootcamp. We did a lot of crazy eights. And very quickly, I knew that the solution that I see is an app to learn about fruits and veggies through games. So the main flow was also very clear. And didn't change a lot ever since. So you choose a topic, you play a game, and then you learn something. So I want to mention quickly why an app, because in the survey, people said that currently they're not using apps to choose fruits and vegetables. But I do expect a frequent use for my product. And an on-the-go use, waiting for the coffee, waiting for the metro. And also I want to take advantage of the touchscreen interaction, especially for the games. I think that's very powerful. So testing, I did basically in 2 phases. First, I confirmed the main flow with paper because that's just much quicker. And then for the structure and the details of the app, I had a digital prototype. So talking about the prototype, let's jump into it. Can you just confirm you see the prototype?
Yes.
Yeah, cool. Good. So this is my app. You will see the onboarding is very short. I talk about the 3 main benefits. It's learning about fruits and veggies, learn how to take a sustainable decision, and to use your points that you gain in the games for projects afterwards. And then you also have to choose the topics. To be honest, it's not extremely important to me that people choose a topic, but I wanted to keep this interaction because that forces my users to actually read the topics. And since they're the core of my app, I wanted to keep them. Just to mention that my onboarding before was very long because I checked a lot of language learning apps, and I really loved this long onboarding where you can choose lots of stuff and get a customized learning path, but it didn't work for my users at all because at this stage, as we are right now, you don't really know what exactly to expect in the app. So choosing a lot of things was a bit uncomfortable for people. So I shortened it. And this is where you enter in the app. As you can see, the screen still needs a bit of UI work. It's very clean, but this is the Learning tab. And here you would directly go into a topic that you want to learn about. So the first version of my app was choosing the topic and directly going to a game. But people felt a bit uncomfortable directly entering the game. So I added a bit of information before, like here it's still kind of gamified, but you learn a bit about what fruits are in season. And then when you confirm that you learned it, you can play a game to use this knowledge. It's very simple games, to be honest. It's nothing fancy, but that's the idea. And people told me that after the game, they also want a bit more knowledge. They really liked the game, but they felt a bit like it was a harsh cutoff. So I added a recap that still also needs some work, but the idea is to give more information if people want afterwards. So once you're done and you get some points, you are prompted to use your points. So there's a market. Right now, I have this sign-in or create a profile prompt here. I'm not 100% convinced. I have been moving it around a lot, but right now it's here. So let's imagine you create a profile. So that's done. Then you go to the market. So here you can choose between different categories that you want to invest your points, let's say. There's some discounts, there will be partnerships with fruit shops, but today we want to donate our points. So here you have a list of projects. You can choose a project. You can choose how many points you want to invest. Here I'm missing information how these strawberry points convert into money, but I have to add that. But you would choose the points and then choose to use the points now. So I added this part because I felt the difference was that for a language learning app where I'm using an app to learn how to code, you have a really clear objective of where you want to be, like where you want to get. But for my app, people said it was interesting. They were not sure how frequent they should use it, or if the motivation was like the internal motivation was high enough. So I added this as an extra motivation, and the feedback and testings was really good. You can also directly access games in case you just want to play. And I also added a search tab, which is based on the feedback from users saying that sometimes they have specific questions. So the games are cool to learn a bit, basic information. But if I have a really specific question, I want to ideally have information in this app so I don't have to then close the app and go to Google for the rest of the information. So I have some articles, some filters, and you can search. And that's it. So I'll go quickly back to the presentation. So my style, it was very clear from the beginning. I wanted to use colors that occur naturally in fruits. So these are my colors. I wanted a fresh and natural minimalist style. And also it had to be happy and playful. So I used illustrations throughout the app. About the logo, just want to quickly mention, I kind of like the play of words with fruitful. I chose the strawberry for the logo and the points because it's kind of a tricky fruit when it comes to pesticides and season and all of that. And I wanted it to be green and not red because it's not ripe yet, because it's for people who don't know something yet and they want to learn, so they're kind of green. Yeah. My next steps for now are mainly finding the best place for the sign-in prompt, as I mentioned. Also, in the last testings I did, the difference between the learn and game tabs was not 100% clear. So I want to work on that. And since the search tab is the last thing I added, I want to do a bit more testing. And I just want to thank all of you. It was a really great experience, but especially to Anna, because she was there from the beginning to the end, and some of my colleagues who helped me with the design. So that's it. Thank you.
Great, Eva. Great topic. Super interesting. I really like it. Simple UI, super clear, amazing. So great job.
Thank you.
Questions? Lydia?
Hi. Yeah, I loved it as well. Really nice naming and the logo. Actually, I think it was a very good idea. Why this topic? I'm very curious. I don't think you mentioned it, but what happened in your life to to decide for this topic? I think it's really cool.
I don't know. I think it's something that annoys me, that I still don't know what's in season. And I tried like several times to find out, and I read it and I forgot it. And when I started doing the research, I figured that a lot of people have this problem, and it shouldn't be complicated to actually know these things. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's I totally relate. And I was thinking, after all the research and you have developed your idea, do you think you can narrow down the audience you have? I don't know, like maybe you're thinking on kids, young adults, or everybody. Any thoughts on that?
For now, I kept it quite broad. So the only clear decision I took on this is that I don't want to go for people who already know things, who go to organic stores and who are like niche. I don't want to like deal with those, but with the broad audience who is a bit confused about the topic. And in theory, I don't think for now it makes sense to limit it further down. Maybe once I got some users, I can see that there's more interest in a certain target group. But for now, I wouldn't exclude any age group or demographics.
Yeah, I think it's important to have like a bit of, if your audience is broad, I think it's a really good idea to have a bit of content that you make sure that it's going to appeal to each of them. So I think you're solving it really well. Thank you, Eva.
Thank you. Susana?
Eva, thank you for your presentation. Really nice as well. I have two questions. The first question, I was a bit intrigued. Why in Catalonia? Like the fruits, the strawberries is like, I mean, it's a whole region. Why did you choose to just show in Catalonia?
Well, basically, I put it because Spain is just too big. I think there's regional differences for seasonality. So I thought I put Catalonia because Barcelona is maybe a bit too narrow. Might differ for different countries, but in Spain there's definitely differences. So
yeah, because I was wondering more like, okay, strawberries probably are in season now all across the Mediterranean or something like that, not so specific, and I was just curious to know the reason behind it. The other thing that I was thinking is, okay, so I know that strawberries are not in season now, but anyways, I want to eat some strawberries. But how could this product or this app help me to understand if I do choose to eat the strawberries that are not in season? How can I understand if they have chemicals? Why are they grow like this? How long they will last? They will be rotten fast or not? Like, is there any more content to it?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I just have developed one flow for the seasonal game, but in theory, there's a lot of topics about emissions, pesticides, how to store fruits. So ideally, you would gather info, like knowledge about different topics, and then with all together, like the information, you can take that decision. Yeah.
Okay. Nice. Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Last question, Luis.
Great job, Eva. Thank you very much for your presentation and your hard work. So just to follow up on what Susanna said, so the game that you have right now is just limited to seasonality. I will learn only about that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of topics, but there's a finite amount of topics. It's not like infinite. It's not like there's a set amount. And what happens when I go through all of it? When I've learned everything there is to learn, which some people actually might do. Like some power users might just go through all of the games and then they're done. Then what?
Yeah, I guess it's the same question that like Duolingo would ask once you learn the language. I'm not sure. Maybe there's like challenges you can take, or maybe there can be a community where you help other people. I think there's potential, to be honest, with this topic. But for now, I haven't developed any expert knowledge exercises but it's a good point.
Yeah, no, thank you. Just food for thought. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yola. Amazing. Next one is Ana. Ana Huerta.
Yes, that's me. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. Yep. Okay, so hello everyone, I'm Ana Huerta and I'm a person that loves to understand the world through my feelings. This is a really hardworking technique I've been developing for 31 years and recently is helping me to feel comfortable and move forward in situations I feel blocked. And one of the topics that are there is food. During this COVID pandemic, I have to face that I had some difficulties trying to manage my body, my mind, and feelings. And I want to clarify that I don't have serious problems about food. I just have difficulties because I know that this could be a really sensitive topic. So I started the project thinking, I'm alone on this. And of course, I'm not alone. I launched the survey where I got 100 responses and almost 30% said that they were also finding stressful or complicated relation with food. 65% thinks that women struggle more than men. And maybe the reason is because we eat, because it's mealtime. And most of respondents were answering, it's like, no, I eat, it's mealtime. And the main issues are about food are impulsive snacking, sugar things, and overeating. So I got like, we are really disconnected from our bodies when we talk about food. Then I did 6 interviews and it was very interesting because they were really different perspectives. And from these interviews, I developed 3 archetypes. People that really needs to have things under control. People that if they forgot to chew, it doesn't matter, we need to be efficient. And people that everything is around the table, the bombivans. And what I found interesting is like even the bombivans sometimes were struggling. Some of the girls shared with me that she loved to have breakfast during a long time, and then she was going to work, and then she was having lunch, and then at the end of the day, she was completely low energy, feeling exhausted. And it took a while to her to find that this comes because she has been eating all day. So this helps me to clarify my problem statements. Like people have difficulties around food because we don't have the space to connect our body, our mind, and our feelings. And the solution I want to propose is this area that they have this space and they can reinforce balanced food habits. So my hypothesis, giving tools to people to create their own food journey could make a conscious relationship about this. Right now in the market, we find like many applications talking like the areas I would like to touch with my product is health, mind, body, and food. When we talk about health, what we find is there are many tracking applications, but food and tracking is not recommended at all, neither for nutrition or, for example, for girls that they have really struggled. So this tracking, I try to focus on my product, touching other areas that could be related. Then also mind, we have meditation apps. Actually, Headspace has a little section where you have mindful eating therapies where you can listen, but it's not full oriented to that. And then when we talk about applications related to food and body, they tend to focus on weight loss, and most of them, they emulate diet culture patterns. So my product wants to touch these 4 areas without following these diet cultures. So after doing insights user stories, I've focused on 4 how might we that I thought they were interesting. How I'm gonna create this safe space to improve the experience, how I'm gonna create this awareness on habits that we have, and also support users to create their own habits. And important, how we are gonna create an accessible and understandable information for everyone about food. So after many prototypes, ideas, low fidelities, and some usability testings, I end up with my product that is called Fizz. It's an app that helps you to create your own bubble around food. It gives you tips and learnings. It helps you to create your own journeys of food and also reconnect with yourself. So now if we go to the app, here is the homepage. But before I go to the homepage, because I've been using the app, I'm gonna go to my settings, because once you do the onboarding, if you are first in the application, you need to fill the profile and also answer some questions. So the application can send you meaningful content to you and also things that interest you. So once you have done this process, you go to the homepage where you have your welcome area, and then you have highlighted content. In this highlighted content is the main flow of the app that I call Reconnect. Reconnect is the moment when you can settle with yourself. So let's give an example. I just did this presentation. I'm nervous, and in 10 minutes, I'm gonna eat something. And from my past experiences, I know that when I do this, I used to end up with an indigestion. So when I go to this button, I go to, I answer this questionnaire. I've eaten something? No. How I'm feeling? Nervous. Where I am? Well, I work. And then I said, did I put the time? I'm not really sure about it. So easy, I can go back and just check. Like I put 10 minutes, it's great, I just have 10 minutes. Then the application processes all this information and gives me some tips, gives me also some journeys and some learnings. Right now I just have 10 minutes. So what I wanna do is, okay, I will read about it and I will save it with clicking on the heart for later. Journeys, I will explain later what is this all this section about, but gives me exercise for 3, 5, or 7 days. And what I want to do right now is just a quick activity of 10 minutes so I can reactivate, slow down, and have a good meal. So here it will give me some exercise to do that I can see, like what it's proposing to me. And I can go back to the options if I don't really feel like, or I can go to explain other parts of the application. That is what I'm going to do. So here is our diary. Here is the part where I focus this tracking. I focus it on feelings because I think that tracking feelings can help us to realize patterns that we have. And it can be done by week or monthly. And also we have a little space of notes. Then we have tips. That is this thing that we have talked about. It gives you like exercises and also ingredients that can help your daily basis. Journeys will be my next step. This is the second flow of the app. So this helps you to realize your habits and try to overcome them. For example, I know that every day at 6 p.m. I like to have a snack. And sometimes I don't have a snack, I over-snack. So I'm gonna settle this journey and I'm gonna send to myself my own notes, music, exercise, and different activities. So every time, 10 minutes before that, in that time, 6, I'm gonna receive a message that I'm gonna do something. So This can help me to feel under control of these situations that sometimes pass. And then we have the learn. The learn, talking with a nutritionist, it was interesting that she told me it could be interesting to have a search tool where you can break all the myths that are around food. Here also would be the moment where I would share information about nutrients, about foods, like based on scientific articles. And last but not least, I just want to say thank you to all the teachers, TAs, and colleagues. And I'm impressed with all the time that you gave to us. Any time you were there, and seriously, it has been super helpful. And I just can say thank you.
Amazing, Anna.
Thank you.
I really liked your presentation. The gradients, the UI was super clean, and all the storytelling, the way you start your presentation was super catching. And yeah, it's a real problem that I believe women face more than men, but it's changing. I believe like everybody's facing that, because we always think about food like the whole day, and if you change it, like for example, I do intermediate fasting, and your mind, it changed, like, okay, I don't think more about it, like it's just, I don't need it to survive. If you spend more time without food, it's fine, you can survive, it's nothing happened.
Yeah, well, also what I found really interesting is like we are when we talk about food, that suddenly is like this diet is gonna appear. We have to do diet. It's just like start, like we need to break this. No, if we can talk about food, and it could be for another perspective.
Exactly.
I want to give like another point of this.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree. Nice. Susanna?
Hey, Anna, thank you for your presentation. Really nice. I was thinking, you were saying in the beginning that, okay, maybe if I'm stressed, you're giving an example. Maybe if I'm stressed now because I'm giving the presentation, then afterwards I'm going to eat something. Yeah, you were saying this example. And I was wondering, how are you going to trigger your user to using your product whenever they have these trigger moments? Because usually you only reflect afterwards. So if you're not stressed and you're gonna eat, only after that, typically people understand, oh, I just overeat because I was stressed. So it's very hard to track it. I'm stressed, let me go to the app to say that I'm stressed. So how do you envision triggering people to make these habits? So whenever they feel something, they are aware of it, they go there instead of jumping into their comfort zone, which is eating in this case, let's say.
Yeah, well, I suppose that what I expect is, and maybe first time, like you download the app, you see that you have that option, and maybe the first time you don't do it, but then you can write on the diary, and then maybe the second time you said like, maybe next time I overeat, I'm gonna try this. So it's by using the app that you can notice that you have that help. Because it's so impulsive just to jump and eat that it's really difficult that an app can stop you and say, hey, use me. So it's by using the app that you can get that habit.
But how are people gonna be reminded to use the app? Are you going to have like a notification system, reminders, all of these type of system going around so that you ask questions? Hey, do you want to add something today? Or how was your day today? How do you feel today?
Yeah, for example, the journey area, it's about receiving reminders and your own reminders. So the app is all the time like messaging you like if it was like a friend. So it's all the time like, hey, I'm here to help you. So in these times, for example, it's true that it's because you've been using the app, so you know that I have that. But for example, journeys is about that. It's about just like sending you this notification and telling you, let's have a break. Let's do this. I propose you to do that. So yes, it's this type of.
Yeah, it would be cool. I don't want to go too long, but it would be cool to link it with your personal calendar, because a lot of stress moments that we have, for example, I'm just thinking about that, it's related with meetings, or people, for example, they have this habit, whenever they finish something, they eat something or they smoke. There's like this thing connected to finishing something. So connecting to your personal agenda would also could help you make a smarter notification system, whatever. That triggers the app to talk to you. So I would consider that in the future developments.
Totally.
Yeah.
Good
Cool.
point.
Thank you, Anna. Nice job.
Thank you, Susana. Lydia?
Thank you, Anna. I think you did a great job. I was very amazed. I was curious about knowing some learnings throughout all the testing and all the process. What can you tell us about that?
About the learnings of developing the project.
What
Yeah, well, I I felt it like really intense. It was very interesting. Like at the beginning, like for example, the UX research moment, I felt like my mind was so designer that I couldn't even like put order on my thoughts, and I was just thinking about, yeah, I'm gonna do this, just like jumping into solutions, and it was like really difficult. So once I got to develop the thinking, then in the design, I felt that everything was a chaos. I couldn't understand where to start because I got like from the UX moment, we were saying like, don't think about solutions, don't think about solutions. So it's like, I'm not gonna think about solutions. And then suddenly it's just like, think about solutions, think about solutions. So I felt a bit like a chaos. And I tried to do my best with the time I got. So learnings, it's just like, I need to breathe more. And then second is just like not be so fearful, I suppose. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing, Anna.
Very welcome.
Luis?
Thank you, Anna, for your presentation. I think holistic is what usually describes you as a person and also your philosophy on your topic. So thank you for bringing a holistic point of view to the relationship between us and food, and also how we just feel in general. I really appreciate that. And I know how hard the journey has been for you. So this is it. I told you it'd be done. You're done. Congratulations.
I did it.
Super curious. I would just love to know from your usability testing, if you did any. If it's okay if you didn't do it, but if you did any, what did people say when you showed them this final thing, and how did they react to it? I'm just super curious.
I did several at the beginning when I was showing like the gray, like the more low fidelity ones. People were like looking at me like saying, "Okay, yeah, this is what is this about?" They were not getting anything. For example, instead of calling it reconnect, I was calling it like help or advice or how are you? And people were like, "I don't need any of this. What is this?" It's just like they were like really refusing. So when I start putting color, people were like, "This is nice. I like this. I'm gonna keep playing with it." So yeah, doing the UI helped me a lot to people engaging with my products. And when I talked with a nutritionist, and she saw like, because the main flow, it was quite different for what I present to you. She told me that this was really a bit tricky, because every time you do something about food, you need to be super careful, because if not, you are following this diet pattern or this kind of patterns that could be like problematic. So yes, it has been. I got like all the time. I was every time possible. I was trying to look for advice, and before I closed this, I said like, this is my last usability testing. My friend told me, this is actually really cool. I mean, I understand everything. Yeah, so I was happy with that.
Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you to all.
Okay, next one, Alejandra.
Yes, let me share screen. Wait, present now. Okay, by now I should be presenting, right?
Yes.
Okay, so hi everyone, I'm Alejandra, and today we are talking about medical information. That's my project is related. So first of all, I want you to remember any time that you went to a doctor appointment and ended up with a face like, what? What did she said to me? What was it? And normally, it's common that medical language is hard. It's a reason what medical jargon term exists, but also usually most of the time it can be easier. Like we have a bruised wrist. And what happened when we have doubts? When in doubt, ask Dr. Google. And we ended up a little bit anxious of reading so much information and like, oh my God, I'm gonna die. So that was the starting point. Why? Because I'm used to work with text, with information, but about scientific articles, automating text processing, and lately find a way to bring closer science to people just for engagement. So I would like to try with medical language and written information. So in the beginning, my problem statement was that people struggle with understanding medical information that they get from healthcare services. I was focusing so much on medical documents in Spanish. I will talk about language later. So my hypothesis was that if I explain the medical terminology, then the comprehensibility of such documents will increase. Because I thought that terms were the main blocker for understanding. So first of all, in my research, I wanted to know to what extent is the lack of information actually a problem. And it turns out that yes, there's a problem. It's a part of a big field called health literacy, and there's a lot of information around it. So okay, I had a problem. That was fine. But I would like to know if people it's really interested in understanding and what type of documents, again, documents, and which kind of information sources they use when in doubt. So I started with 6 interviews. One of them was with a doctor, and 4 of them were people with chronic but not serious disease, and 3 of them with serious or rare diseases. I mentioned this because of my learnings. All of them agree that yes, understanding what a doctor or what a study said is okay, but then what? That was just the beginning. They agree that okay, but I want to know more. So then also found that most people with serious disease are more willing to learn and understand as much as they can. It's not that the healthier ones don't care, but it's just that the rare diseases or people with some issue are constantly searching and reading and learning more than healthier ones. So the thing that came out is that people may not distinguish between reliable information and not reliable. And the funny thing is, a criteria to identify reliability is that if it's complicated, then for sure it's reliable because it sounds professional. So based on that, I did surveys, and because I'm focusing on Spanish-speaking population, mainly in Spain, the people who answered was from Spain, mainly women, and a lot of people with rare diseases. I get into Facebook groups and whatever. So I was asking again for documentation first, and it turns out that yes, 70% of people have ever had a problem with understanding, and the main reason was the terms and abbreviations. So in this sense, it was an inside validation. But then another topic came up, which was searching for information. Turns out that a lot of people search for information, even if they understand their document. So it's regardless of understanding. What do they search? Well, they want to know more about what they are suffering from, and also results of medical tests. So I wasn't considering this thing, and it was so important. Also that they are using more mobile phones than desktop. So I was already thinking a website, and no, that was a big no. Anyway, also information reliability was a major concern. Turning out that almost half of the people are not sure how to identify reliable info, and the ones who know, they look for the author who wrote it, reference, and date, because medicine evolves quite fast. So again, reframing, I had 2 main problems, and I couldn't get rid of or decide to tackle one of this. So I choose to, because they are related, I went both of them. reliability, how to help them, and specialized language. So then my how might reads were how might we help people to find reliable medical information on the internet and to understand specialized medical information. That was based on terms because there are the main blockers. So hands-on. Okay, so I started with Crazy 8 with the help of my colleagues. Then I started wireframing, and then it was the big crush, the first one. So I started doing wireframes, and then I started with usability tests, iterating and iterating, because there were a lot of insights, starting from the simple bigger fonts, waiting screens, because I don't know if I have to do something or I have to wait because it's something I'm not used to. Is this clickable? Is this not? Then to a little bit more about content. I'm getting lost in the process. I feel like it's so long, the flow, and this list looks like Google, and I don't trust Google, so I don't understand why it's doing here. Is the app, is the web? Anyway, so I keep on iterating and added some waiting screens, taking into account all the feedback, thinking how to present information differently. And also I had to do a stop because a lot of things were related to the whole behavior of the system. So I started to reframe the flow. And in the end, I wanted to picture the whole system. So I did all the user flows. I ended up with 5, but I was just focusing the first one, which is understand my medical document, because I think there's the value of this approach. So as for the design, I wanted something simple as I could, clean and formal, because it's already a lot of information. So I would like to keep it simple. So I will go now into the prototype, but first I want you to think about this scenario. As I'm a mother my 2-year-old son has been just diagnosed with a rare disease. And I got a medical report from the pediatrician. That's the medical report there, a document. So let's start with it. This is the app, and what I need to do is I want to understand the document. I want to know more about the diagnosis, of course, but first I want to understand what's written there. So let's make a photo because I have a paper. Then let's digitalize the text, and here it is. So now, hoping that everything is okay, no errors, let's try to simplify. And by simplify, I mean tell me what's the complicated terms, what do they mean? Also, we have a scheme view for the most visual ones. So for now, my first goal is achieved. I'm explaining in short terms in common language, I mean, not that specialized, what does it mean? But what if I want to know, maybe I want to save it for later. I want to know more about it. So let's take into more information. And then I have a listing here of websites. And now I can see here that's 5 in terms of reliability, and it's basic language. So who's the author? Okay, it's the National Library of the United States. This it has references and fonts. It was updated last year in March. And if we're curious how comparability is measured, then it's here, and also why it's basic here. So there's a preview. If I want to look for the site, then I'll just go for the web, and let's get outside of my app, and let's just go for the web. So that was it. I understood my medical language, and I get some information. What's next? Well, a lot. First of all, a way to measure if people is okay with the app, if they are actually understanding, if it's useful in general. Improve reliability calculation, improve results of how to display information, because I still think it's a lot. Do the high fidelity user flows. Maybe I can gamify the part of learning new terms, and explore test results explanations, because that was the other thing that people is looking in internet. What do my test results mean? And also a way to monetize this thing. And that's pretty much everything.
Thank you, Alejandra. Wow, it's amazing topic and clear solution for sure. Like,
I hope so. That was the idea.
Yeah. No, I really like it.
Stop sharing.
So far, so good. So, Luis?
Yeah, thank you very much. This was super cool. It was so nice hearing you come up with this like 2 months ago or whatever. And then now like you had a very clear vision, I think, about what you wanted to do. Okay, you knew you wanted to demystify that document, and how you went about it is super cool. I just wrote in the comments, it's like Vivino, like scanning a wine bottle, but this one is actually more useful because this one is about your medical document, so you get all of that. And I was going to ask you, have you looked into how other apps look into augmented reality when it comes to me scanning an object? And then what does that mean? Well, not just documents, but also object, on how do we display the information afterwards? Because my question for you is, the way you displayed the processing of what's inside that document was extremely academic and scientific, and it might turn off your core user base, correct? I know you have a PhD or you're working on it. So for you, you have 20 tabs open like that. I have 20 tabs open like that. But like my father-in-law would not have 20 tabs open like that. So I'm just wondering, what would you change if you could change how you would visualize all that information?
A whole different way to present the text, because that's my big struggle. And the user, maybe users were like, oh, it's fine, because I already present them a solution. But I cannot imagine. I will try to simplify a little bit with the scheme theme, just with our terms and which, like, just a list, because I don't know. I would really like to figure it out a very nice way to present the text, actually. Yeah, that's one of my major things to work on it. Yeah.
Thank you very much for presenting. Thanks.
Welcome.
Susana?
Hey, Alejandra, super nice. I think it was really clear, your presentation. I think your solution is really clear as well, like on spot. I was also thinking about, so what Luis was saying, it also crossed my mind, like it's very, so my question for you is that, like, when you are searching for information like so extensive, would you look into your phone, which is like so small, or do you prefer to look into a desktop or a laptop? Because
exactly.
I was thinking like your product is more like a combined solution. So you kick it off on your phone, you take a picture, but then when you are diving into digesting all the information, you're actually using your desktop, because people usually have a lot of windows open, they compare stuff, they want to show it. And so I was thinking on that line of thought as well, that it could progress to something like that. You should do A/B test on these guys. So one is what you have now, and the other one do like this combined solution somehow, and see which one people prefer or like navigate better, because that will help you, I think.
Yeah, that was totally agree with what you have said, because I also was thinking in the first place, there's a lot of information. A desktop, it's better because the way to present, how to switch between tabs, between different websites. But the thing is that actually in the thesis stuff, I started with a website, but then because of the survey, 90 from 150 people, all of them except like 10 answered the survey from the phone. Okay, it's just a survey, it's okay. But then when I ask specifically which device they use to look for medical information, they say mobile phone. I'm like, what? How do you do that? I cannot. But I am not sure if it's related to the age of the people who answered, because maybe most of them don't know how to use a computer, and they are very used to the mobile phone. The majority of people were between 36, 35, and 44. But then just for four people, it was 35 people. Then 31 people were from 45 to 54. So maybe.
And all of them had like medical reports that they wanted to search more about it, or because that's the thing also, I think.
Yeah, I split the results from the ones who are healthier normally and the ones who have rare disease, and even them prefer mobile. But I guess I'm just assuming things. It's because of maybe using desktop is
I would do a A/B test. I'm not saying like there's no right or wrong, but I would definitely do a A/B test on this one just to validate either like if it's like this, or if whenever we have these doubts, if a doubt arises, it's better to test it for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
So I would do that. But thank you, very nice job. I really like it, and I think it's very useful. Also, very expensive if you have to develop, because it's like health, it's very complex and very serious, and having, I assume you would need to have like data scientists, to find the best compatible results, and like how you, because you don't want to mess up with people's life, right? And one word you give out wrong could damage a person's life or the perspective, so it's very serious. But I think it's very needed product, actually. Thank you.
Thanks.
Lydia?
Yeah, I totally agree. It will be expensive, but I think very necessary, and it will be huge for most of us, I think. Yeah, maybe to the point that you were making now with Susana about the A/B testing and things like this. I was wondering, I think at the very beginning you showed us the people that you interviewed, and there was a piece of data that I was like, maybe these people are too expert, in going to the doctor. So I was wondering if you have left space for people who, they only go to the doctor once a year or things like this, because I was a little worried that this will become an app based on findings from people that are very experts on going to the doctor, or they have to go very frequently. That was one thing. And the other one was, how would the reliability system would work? If this is something that you as a service will be providing, or if you were thinking more on, I don't know, maybe information that comes from hospitals or websites from clinics are more reliable. I was wondering what was your thought around that?
Yeah, well, first, related to users, in the interviews, I didn't find any someone who's like normally health, but in the service, yes, almost half of the people who answered were just like regular, maybe once a year or something. And it was funny that either rare disease people or health people, there's both flavors. The ones who don't want to know and the ones who want to know a lot, even if they are sick or not. That was common. The only main difference is that the ones with rare disease are constantly looking for information. The ones that are health, just very specific time with, I had blood test and doctors tell me something about sodium. I don't know. So yeah, I think people, health people will just use it quite sporadically, while the rare diseases will be more conscious about it. And as for how to measure reliability, the criteria is one of the future perspective thing is how to polish this measure. But for now, I am just evaluating who's the author. I mean, not necessarily a person, but an institution. Who's behind the website? It's, as you said, a medical institution or a library as the example. And technically, that also, if the second criteria, if the information has references or has cited in other papers, like you can dig more here or there. So, and then the dates, because in medicine it's super important, the time, because what was useful 1 year ago, now there's more new treatments, new information, whatever. So one of the user that really stressed that out, that time is very important. So technically speaking, all of this can be measured with a website metadata. So you have, if the website is .org, .edu, .gov, it's government, it's education, it's reliable in theory. If it's Wikipedia, for example, it's sometimes it's reliable, sometimes not. It's tricky. Wikipedia is a tricky thing because everyone can edit it. but not necessarily everyone will be wrong. There's very capable people who's writing there. So Wikipedia has them as a banner up there. This article needs review, lacks of fun information. So that might be a criteria specific for Wikipedia. If that article have been reviewed, then I can take it as reliable. If not, then it's like, okay, you can go, but be aware of it. It's like a warning.
So you have thought a little bit about this criteria. That's good. That's good. Thank you, Alejandra. It's amazing. I hope, I don't know if you're thinking on making it happen, but it will be amazing to have it.
A first version, very beta version.
Go for it.
Thank you, Alejandra. Okay, next one is Diana.
Hello. Yes, it's my turn. Okay, I'm going to present. Okay. Did you see my screen? Yes? Okay, perfect. So, hello, my name is Diana, and I'm going to present my project. It's called allLight, and it's a tool that I made for customized search for watching content on streaming platforms. But how this did begin? So I really like to see movies, to watch movies on stream, of course. And before streaming, I was a really big fan of cinema, films, seeing a lot of media, internet, etc. But recently, and because of COVID, of course, I have a lot of time, and I was trying to watch something with my partner, with my flatmates, and we realized that we were spending a lot of time searching and trying to find the perfect content for all. And it was very difficult, and it was very frustrating, and we were spending a lot of time. So that's why I take this as my problem. And at the beginning, I frame it this way. Trying to find something that fits personal preference for watching on a streaming platform is frustrating and time consuming. So I have some questions to follow during the research. So for example, how do people find something to watch? How people relate with movies, series, and suggestions? What makes people difficult to choose and watch something? And with that, I begin my research state with my cat, Zeta, that live with me, and see how I struggle with the searching stage for watching something. So I was looking for other competitors. I find a lot of other apps and webs that were doing something a little bit similar. For example, trying to give suggestions or trying to make list options that people could have information about the movies, but all of them have some pain points. Like, for example, they were centering in showing only main collections that they decide to show, not related to the preference of the users, no way to avoid specific content, and also the filters were very broad and general. So then I made some quantitative research that was 2 surveys. I made 2 because I have my native language, that is Spanish, and also I made another service in English. I have 83 responses, and I understood that 62% think that categories and filters were not so much efficient, and 60% find more difficult to find what to watch with other people. Also about the importance of filter depending on the duration of the content, and giving up watching if they were not available to make up their minds. So there was a lot of people that was like very tired in this process of searching something. Also, I made some interviews that were part of my qualitative research. I have people between 25 and 36-year-old, and they were people that use at least 2 streaming platforms. Some of the things that they told me were related to how do they search. They search depending on the context they were, depending on the word they have. Also, they find the classic categorization and genres were very general for their taste, and deciding with other people were more difficult and take them longer. So I made some affinity mapping because it helped me a lot to categorize and to group all the answers and information I was getting for the interviews. And I realized that they were very relevant items that, like, for example, the categorization and the filters, the list, the alternative content, the context they were searching, also the French recommendation, and the issue that was watching something with other person, could be a friend or a group of people. So at the beginning, I thought as an hypothesis that making the process of searching for something to watch more entertaining for users would make them feel less frustrated. So I was focusing on the entertainment process. But after the research, I understand that the users lost time and get frustrated trying to find something to watch that fits specific in their specific context and preference, because they were dissatisfied with the common filters and categorization they have available. So with this information and all the research I make an archetype. This archetype is the main character of my app. This is the sociable seeker, and have some goals that are related to watch with other people and to decide the best content between the two of them. Also to find the content that fits perfectly in the specific period of free time the archetype has. So I begin my ideation process, and I want to make sure that I can make the user less indecisive. Of course, I can make that. So instead of that, I can find a short path to let the user, for example, decide a little bit faster. So two solutions I bring with my app were the customized suggestions options for watching alone and with other people, and the filters as topic, the mood and desired content or genres, and the duration filter also. All these filters were taken out from the interviews and from the surveys I did before in the research stage. So I did an information architecture diagram because it helped me a lot to have a clear vision of where were going to be the main screens, how I'm going to relate each area with other in my app. Also, I make some sketches. So here I have like a visualized way to have organization of the information and the buttons, for example, and how would be the flow. I made some low fidelity wireframing. So here I was focusing mainly in the customization flow because I wanted to have a clear flow and very easy to use. The users don't have to lose time in this. And I go forward in design, and I was trying to define the style. I made a mood board based on the images of classic movies, also of a sense of movies I really like. And I realized that in the movies, they were always this contrast between opposite colors, and it was very important to put that in my app because also it would make a little bit like dynamic and also playful. So I'm going to show you now my prototype based in these styles here. So I download the app, and I'm a person who wants to watch something with Marina, that is my partner. So I watch this main page, and I have this onboarding that explains me a little bit about the app. It's possible to match with other people and to customize my suggestions. Great. So I enter, I put my information, I continue, and this is a message that let me know that I have to put my main preferences. Okay. So I have to choose my platforms. I have Netflix, Filming, and Disney Plus. I choose my genres, is science fiction and romance. Do I want to avoid any explicit content? Yes, I want to avoid high violence. Okay. And now I have to choose 3 movies that I have watched and liked. So I liked Avatar, I watched Wall-E, and also Melancholia. Okay, perfect. Okay, so great taste. I waiting for my content to load. And this is the main page of the app. This is the home. I have some movies related to the duration. For example, if I am in a hurry, so I can see here the duration of the content. Also, I can see like top releases, randomized. It's a nice button, and some collections related to my test. But I want to look for something to watch with Marina. So I'm going to go to customize search. And I'm going to put here, because it's me and Marina, I'm going to add Marina. I search for her here, I request So Marina now is my friend. And now I'm going to fill these options. I want to put my mood, it's melancholic. And a topic I really want here is journeys, for example. And some specifics, I would like to put, for example, a duration, because I don't have more than 1.5 hours. And I want to avoid some genres like kids and horror movies. Okay. Now I can get my suggestions, so I wait. The app is matching me and Marina preferences. Great. So now I see I have posters of movies. I can see the details, the platform, the year, the duration, and the rating. I'm going to save this movie for later. Perfect. To the watch list. And okay, I'm going to go for this movie. It looks fine. I like mountains, but I want to see the trailer first. So I'm going to click here. Ideally, it plays the trailer. I see the trailer, and I really like this movie, so I'm going to watch now. Okay, so I watch it now. I go to Netflix, and I can play this movie. Perfect. So going back to the presentation. So after this, in this process, really, I have a lot of usability tests. I made 9 usability tests, 5 for the low and mid fidelity, and 4 for the high fidelity. And it gives me a lot of feedback and insights to change mainly the homepage, because it was centered in the randomize and the options, but I wanted that the people go direct to the customize. So I realized that I have to put a call to action, very simple, but maybe I have to add then a button more clear that make it easy to access to the custom feature that was the main feature of the app. Then I have the feature of the customization that was the main flow, but at the beginning I made 2 different paths. One path for myself and other path for me and others. And it was a lot of screens, and it was a little bit confusing for the users. So I realized that the users need to have all the information in one screen and to have easy access to the filters and doing it a little bit more visual and not like stage by stage, because it's going to be like very slowly. Okay. So then I have my last iterations that were very important for me, because here I don't have too much details at the beginning, and the users have to click on the poster and then see a lot of information together. But mainly because this user could be like a busy person that have to watch content really quickly. It was best for them to have the mainly important details in the top, and also easy access to the trailer that was very important to the users regarding to the interviews and the service I did. So yes, for the future steps, I would like to connect the app with the smart TV or other devices, because that was something that came from the interviews, from the usability tests. People was very concerned if they could like connect it with their smart TV, for example. Also put in a dark mode option, because most of the people was using this app in the nights because they wanted to watch something after work or before sleeping. And also having the option of sharing and access to the friend list. As I have added Marina to my app, maybe I can see what she's watching, and maybe I can share with her my recommendations too. So my learnings in this process, that was a very interesting process, is that I find a lot of opportunities combining qualitative and quantitative research. It was like a new field for me. Also listening and testing ideas, that was very difficult at the beginning, because I fell in love with some ideas and I have to let it go and iterate. Also that the designing wasn't an ending stage, because I have to try it again and again with the users, and I realized that I have to also iterate in this stage. And of course, the benefits of learning with great humans, as you that are listening now, and my colleagues around. So thank you so much, and this is all.
Thank you, Diana. Amazing. Really nice presentation. It's my struggle every night that I want to see a movie. So I will use it for sure. So I don't know if there is any question for Diana.
I can ask one. Hey, Tatiana, thank you for your presentation. Really nice. I was thinking like, so you are using your phone, yeah? And you are checking to see which movie you want to see. You find a movie and you can watch the trailer on your phone. But how is that gonna nicely transition into opening the default platform you use to watch videos online? Did you thought about like a way of launching Netflix, asking, do you want to launch Netflix now? Or I don't know if that would work that easily, but what I was thinking is that, well, it could be like a little bit of a friction point if you are searching there and you find something and then you still have to go to your laptop and search again for the specific movie. And so how can we remove this friction from the user in this entire experience?
Well, ideally, I was thinking of connecting my platforms, not only choosing them in the beginning, but really making a synchronize between my subscriptions and my app. Because I only choose the platform, but I haven't like entered and with my user, so I can really like go and make a really easy transition, from the app and to the other application, of the movie. But yes, maybe having the option of entering and connecting my account of the subscriptions with my app would be good. And also having like I see that other apps have like a Chromecast, something like that, that they can connect the app with the smart TV. So that would be an opportunity.
Exactly. I think that's how we should evolve, or at least start to thinking about that, because I see a little bit of friction there. So that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Susana. So, more questions? Okay, I have a question for you, ladies. It's 9:35, and for example, Luis has to left the meeting. I know we have 6 more presentations to go through, and I'm just want to ask you. For me, there is not a problem to stay here and finish with all of them, but I want to make a democracy, because in my country it's not possible. So I want to make it here. Would you like to present? Like, I know Nuria is super excited to present today, and she's super ready, and because she's the next one. So I don't know. Maybe remember that you will get feedback from your instructor. It's recorded. I will send it to them, and of course they will be sending you all the notes and feedback. But they are not here. Like, Susana have to leave. Sorry, right now, and I don't know. Up to you. Just, it's kind of it's not, how can I say it, like, coño, se me fue la palabra, my bad. Because some of you has presented already and they have a chance to present tomorrow, so I don't know. Up to you, ladies. Nuria, you.
Yeah, I need to present, like,
go for it.
real. I mean, I will lie. I need to
Yes,
say.
please. Let's present.
Okay, awesome. Let's do this.
In that case, may I ask for a quick break of like 5 minutes, because it is also hard for the teachers.
Of course.
I want to, I'm totally focused on what you're saying, and at the same time I'm taking notes. So I kind of need like 5-minute break.
Fair enough.
And my food will come at some point. Okay.
For me, I have to leave, but I will watch the recordings and I'll write my feedback. And if there's anything personal I would like to say, I will tell you in Slack, if that's okay for you girls. So far, very impressed with the work done. Congratulations all. And I'm sure the others will also be at the same level. So well done, girls. Huh? Power. Bye and good luck. Yeah. Ciao. Ciao.
Okay, so 5 minutes break and then we meet here again. Fair enough. Awesome.
See you now.
We will made it for sure, lady. Nuria, are you ready?
No. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I will start. Okay.
Yes, go for it.
Perfect. Okay. So, okay. Well, first of all, thank you everybody for staying so late and be here to listen to the people remaining. So I'm Nuria for the ones that don't know me, and I'm here to explain you how I created Amplify, that it's the product I developed. So my background, as you can imagine right now, Amplified is about music. So I really want that maybe there are between us some musicians or singers or, well, at the end, music passionates. But my idea with Amplify began because I have a lot of friends that are involved in music and they have bands, they play, they sing, and I saw every day their struggles related to find opportunities, to contact, and all about you have to know the right people. You know, this friend of a friend that gave me like a nice gig, or it's all about contacts. You know, so I saw their struggles with that. So they inspired me. And well, I will begin with my first hypothesis, that it's that I believe that creating a way to impulse networking between musicians will achieve a way to get more contacts that can drive to thrilling opportunities, okay? So, well, I began with the research. My main goals were to understand how the music community works, because I'm not a musician and I'm not in this world. So the first step was understanding in detail how it works and how they connect, how they meet new people, and how they collaborate with each other, etc. So I made a survey that 90 random singers and musicians from different parts of the world participated. And I ran 6 interviews with people between 2 and 40 years old from different genders, backgrounds, nationalities, etc. My key findings on the survey were so good. I was so happy because I found out that the 93% of the musicians consider that they have a music social circle around them, but the 83% would like to expand it if they had the opportunity. Regardless, they consider having their own social circle, like wide or small. So this was so good. And the 79% belongs to a band. The 74% have collaborated with somebody at some point, and the 76% would like to collaborate more if they had the opportunity. They felt like they had this opportunity. So my main insights on the research, overall, interviews, surveys, etc., was that artists don't know how they would start building a social community from scratch. For example, like I moved to Argentina, so and I'm Spanish. I don't know where I can start, like how. Contests are a good shared platform, but there's a lot of lack of information around it. Everybody prefer like being part of a band. Collaborating is everything, because it means that for strategic reasons you can win exposure and exchange audience with the person you are collaborating with. Having contacts, as you can imagine, it's essential. Everybody have a consensus on that. And nobody likes the process of searching opportunities to perform live. They said it was so tiring and frustrating, like going door to door, asking, people ignore me, I don't know where I can go, I don't know if my level fits the expectations of this musical bar, etc., etc. And what I found is that in the music community nowadays, the old ways and methodologies are part of all of this. So this can drive to a waste of time. So what it's important here is that I began this research, like I was focusing on searching and connecting with other people, and I found out that this was a very small part of all of it, and they had a lot of more needs. So this drive me to define. my new problem statement, the new hypothesis that I believe that creating a place to make more contacts where they can also search and find different opportunities easily will achieve a way to boost their self-growth. Here, for example, I have some examples like networking, inspiration, collaboration, search and meet pros, for example, like I'm a guitarist and I need a sound engineer. So where I can find this engineer, showcase their work, performing live contests, etc. So my focus points will be that build a network, help them to meet the perfect artist match who collaborate with, find other artists and specialists that meets their needs, like this is the person I really need so we can, like, our work can be successful. Help them to search concerts opportunities, and a simple source where check all the contests convocatories. So we can go to my prototype that I think it's the only prototype right now that it's a website or a web app. So this is Amplify. This is the homepage. You can hear, like, this is from the point of view of a girl that it's Phoebe. It's from Pasadena, California, and she's just logging in Amplify. So I'm new here. I just made the onboarding and stuff, login, and I can see that here I have the main features, that it's search for collaborations, search for concerts and contests. Here I have my place where I can find what I need, events near me, and suggested people that Amplify think that it can be a good match. No, so I will start a band because I joined Amplify because I have a band and we want to find opportunities to collaborate more with each other, because I don't know, we are expanding and we want to try that, no? So I will start to creating my band. So here starts the formulary. So basic information, my name, the country, city, my profile, how many years of experience, do you play live? Yeah, I do it. Okay. So members, now I have to add my members, no? We joined with my colleagues on my band, the three of us, we joined in Amplify. So I cannot hear my colleagues, but if they don't want to join, it's not a problem because I can add it anyway. I can type the email, so that's fine. I will add the first member. That first member is Lucy, okay? Lucy is waiting for confirmation because we have sent them an email like, hey, Phoebe wants to create a band. Are you from this band? Which instruments do you play? I mean, we pull the information automatically, but it's nice that the person can confirm, like, yeah, I play the guitar here, no? Okay, so next, my music style, this is the most important thing. So we are a folk band, so I will click folk. Nice, but not only folk, we are folk and indie folk, not the other ones. Okay, let's go. Interests, what we are looking right now, it's collaborations, and we really prefer to Amplify, but in USA. Okay, let's go. My band profile already. Yeah, I want to take a quick look. So this is my profile. This is obviously completed because I wanted to skip this middle step. So this is my end profile. So here I have my cover profile. This you can connect with the band. This I can show some songs, my connections, communities that are inside. It's like the equivalent of the groups in Facebook. Okay, some more pictures, upcoming events I'm part of, other social profiles, my status, members, which instruments they play, my musical genres. This is a tag that the user can click and goes to more suggested profiles and a little bit of description. So yeah, that's Amplified. And going back and ending, finally, usability testing. The main things I changed, it was that here, I had discovered, so this was so confusing with search, so I changed it to newsfeed. The icons were not clear because I didn't have the description, so the people get a lot of confused, like what's that icon exactly? I had here a preview of the notifications and messages. I changed it because people felt like this was not very private if you are looking at the screen with somebody else. But they also said to me good things. So they like that the clear UI sounds familiar. They like that you can add non-Amplify members, and they like that the Amplify pulls the information. So, yeah, but and good. I felt like I should place it here. And finally, next steps, I would like to explore more about posts and lives and like the social media platform potential of Amplify. A little bit of the challenges that I have here. Here you have some challenges you can do, and if you do it and you win, you can be featured here for free during a week. So that's cool. Features, obviously, develop the rest of the features. I started actually, but I couldn't finish. The brand, because as a graphic designer, I felt so sorry that I couldn't create a powerful brand. And security, that it's the most important thing, no? Plan a good user privacy and security protection plan. I think that's all. Yeah, finished finally.
Bravo, Nuria. Amazing. I just remember when we did the onboarding and I told you that as a graphic designer, your main focus would be on research, and you show it in this presentation. Like you dig deeper on that, and I believe you get all the learnings that you will need for your future career as a product designer now. Yeah, I'm so proud.
Thank you.
Just making a desktop design. I know, again, just a graphic designer, you have more a clear concepts and so on. But it's great. It's great because it's make consistency, no, with the research that it's of course necessary to do in a desktop and not on mobile when doing this kind of platform. So
thank you, Daniela.
Amazing job, Lydia.
Yeah, I think it was a really clear UI. I really appreciate that. I like the research findings as well. And I also come a bit from UI, so I have quite some questions. Why the dark UI? Why the dark mode?
So actually, that I changed it yesterday. It was white. It was light UI because I wanted to go far away from Spotify, Netflix. But at the end, I thought like, okay, why Netflix and Spotify had dark mode? You know, like there's something here. And I started digging and searching on the internet, and I found some information that I thought like, okay, this is right. Like I wanted to highlight the pictures because at the end there's a lot of text and a lot of information. So I wanted to highlight the pictures because from my experience, I'm a lot of visual searcher, you know, so I wanted to highlight that. And with the light mode, I felt like the pictures and the vivid colors were a bit lost. So I changed it yesterday.
Yeah, no, makes sense. A/B tested just in case your core users, I don't know, don't find it right. Yeah, and that made me think a lot on Spotify. So I was wondering, like at the beginning, I was like, okay, this is a Spotify, not in a great way, sorry, but like it's so similar that it was like, there's definitely something there, as you mentioned. So I will encourage you to explore that and make it a bit more your project, because right now it feels so similar that it has definitely advantages, right? And that familiarity, especially in musicians with that application, I think it can also come with a lot of preconceptions on how things work. And actually, this is why I will encourage you to test it with people to see if they were expecting different things, because they're used to this layout, right, from Spotify. Just something for you to think about. And yeah, what makes a good match for you? If you had to create this product, you mentioned something about I can't even remember. I'm so tired right now. But like
Yeah.
there was something that you could match, and I wrote, "What makes a good match?"
Yeah, because at the beginning, because everybody in the music world, so they made collaborations and contacts based on friend of a friend of a friend of a friend. So at the end, I thought like, okay, if you are just collaborating or meeting this person because he's a friend of a friend, how do you know that is the perfect match for you? Like you will understand in a creative and artistic level, it's the most appropriate person that matches your music style. Why? I mean, you don't have the opportunity to search more because at the end it's the only friend of a friend that you have right now. So okay, I will take this guitarist because I don't know anybody else. So maybe this guitarist is more into rock and you are more into indie rock, you know.
So yeah, so then there will be some sort of comparison between profiles, right? Like we have this in common, and this is why this is a good match for me. I think if you highlight that piece of information, it would actually add this value that you were mentioning.
I will.
This is a good match because highlight what things we have in common. So then you're already creating this connection between the two users. I think that would be really cool.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem. I think it's a great project. Yeah, congrats.
Thank you.
Mercedes?
Yeah, hi. Great project. I really, really enjoyed it. It looks really, really good. And I really like the idea. I got a couple of questions though. Have you thought of including the possibility of reading lyrics?
Of what?
Lyrics.
No,
Letras.
I didn't thought about that. No, absolutely
Because many times there's a lot of artists that besides the composition part of the music, the melodies, they really like to work on the meaning of the songs, on the words, and
in songwriting, on the part of, I actually had this down, but it's just in wireframe. But in the part of pros, like engineers, mixers, etc., do you have two profiles, different profiles, that it's songwriter and composer. So one is I write you the lyrics, and the other one is I compose you the melody of the song. So the pros are you can combine, so a person can have songwriting and composer at the same time.
Yeah, but I meant, sorry, I wasn't clear. I meant that the bands, I could see you had like previews, I guess they were, about the songs. You had like little parts that had a play button.
Okay. I didn't. Okay, yeah, that's a
we thought about including the lyrics there because maybe that is something artists could connect to as well. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. I will write this one too.
And another question I had, maybe I don't know if you've thought about this or not. Usually websites or apps, they don't let you connect with people who don't have a profile in the website or the app because they want to make sure as many people as possible are part of the system. That's the way our website grows.
Yeah.
Why did you choose to avoid this? Was there a reason?
To avoid the what?
Not making them be a part already, have an account in order to be able to be included in a band.
Of the when you have the options of adding a Amplify member. Yeah, because if you add a non-Amplify member, you will only have a dummy and the name and the instruments, but this person can access to the profile. You know, if you don't have an account, you can access to the buying profile. You cannot be an administrator of that, you know. So it's just for the information of the people that goes to that profile. So they have a guitarist, but it's not an Amplify. Okay, but at least it's there, you know.
Yeah, it makes sense. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mercedes. Thank you. Best TA ever. Thank you.
Nice. Luis?
Hi, sorry, I had to drop off for another meeting for work, and then I came back. So I came during the juicy part where you were showing all the nice UI, and I'm like, oh my God, this is what this is all about. So congratulations. I think you did a very good job. I think I echo a little bit what was already said regarding it looks too much Spotify, make it your own. Spotify is just a tiny Swedish company. You know, they started somewhere and then they evolved. I think it's because they're very close to here, so we know a lot about Spotify. But don't be afraid to, you know, make your own stamp on things. That's one thing I wanted to say. The other thing I want to talk about, like matching, especially since there's a lot of that needs to happen on your platform, right? Like matching people. I can speak from my experience on Vivino, we match wines for you, so we know how to match, but because we have data about you, and for you, that's the data that a band or a person, individual inputs about themselves. You have an algorithm, so you need data scientists, so you need to think about that, right? I have a data science team, I have an algorithm of some sort, machine learning, that looks at my data, that looks at somebody else's data, and you train it to match those people because on interest, because people who do rock want to do rock with other people who are into acoustics and folk music, they want to do something specific, and then that's why they have matches. And you can also maybe explicitly give your own opinion, so you can give people things to say that they prefer outside maybe of just the generic stuff that we would put in our profile, just to make the data richer so that you can have a better match with people. So sometimes we ask people randomly, like, it's rosé season, what do you think? And people are like, thumbs down. We know this is not a rosé person, we'll never show them rosé, right? So for you, it's like, I don't know, summer is here and people are, I don't know, going to music festivals. Is that a thing? And people thumbs down, then fine. You know, this is not a music festival gig kind of person. And that's how you like make a lot of informed data so then you can match people. And that's just like a tip for any kind of matching algorithm, how you want to train it and how you collect data so you can train it. Anyways, that's one thing. My question for you is, and that's the last one, is what was, I know you had your up and down journey. Maybe you can tell us one thing you found very interesting that you did not know about before, like that you've learned from this whole
process.
Yes. And then one thing that you did not, or you got challenged with and you thought it was extremely challenging. So one thing you've learned and one thing you found challenging.
What I learned, it's first of all, to keep calm and, you know, like not trying to reach everything if you can't. So I couldn't. So I have like 6 or 7 more wireframes that I loved it, and I spent it a lot of hours, almost a week on that. And I look at it like, no, it can be like, you cannot show that because you cannot do it in high fidelity, and almost you cannot show it in 8 minutes presentation. So I just like, oh my God, all this work on the trash, or not on the trash, because obviously I will finish it, but it was like, I can't believe it. And at the end I showed my work of, I don't know, 3 or 4 days. And this is so frustrating, but yeah, this was a learning to let it go. And challenging, it was to, because I came here to learn about UX, you know, that I said on the presentation, my first presentation. So the most challenging thing was to forget a little bit of UI and brand and graphic design and explore more the UX and research part, and that's what I did. And I tried to forget a little bit more on the colors and the UI, and because if not, I couldn't finish that. Never.
Thank you very much for answering. And yes, we can let it go, Frozen style.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Nuria.
Oh,
amazing.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, next one is gonna be Jinju.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
Let me just share my screen first.
Can somebody deliver coffee? Is that an option?
Yes, please.
Okay. Can you see the fried egg?
Yes.
Cool. So hi everyone, good evening. So today I want to talk about cooking, especially cooking for the week. With this whole COVID situation, one might think that we have more time now to prepare our meals at home, but it still can be a pain in the ass during the week. You have your work, house chores, and many other responsibilities, especially when you are trying to juggle your full-time job and this boot camp. Like me, I lost 2 kilos, by the way. So yeah, there sparked my interest about this project and the solution by designing a mobile app that can make cooking for the week easier. So first, I had to know about what are these type of people who are stressed because of cooking and in what situation. So I got 86 responses from the survey and 6 user interviews that allowed me to deep dive into their cooking routines, emotions, and pain points. But before the research, I thought people would get stressed because of the actual cooking time that they spend in the kitchen in front of the gas, chopping something. But here's what I found. Their feelings were neutral when I talked to people. Some of them even said that cooking is soothing and relaxing. So yeah, actually the major pain comes from planning on what to eat, not when they are actually cooking in the kitchen, because finding new recipes that can be cooked in time during the week without compromising any taste and health, it takes time. So they tend to stick to the same recipes they already know and end up repeating some dishes for several days. So those were the main pain points I discovered. So who are the users? Based on the research and interviews, I discovered I might have 2 types of users whose cooking routine is different from one another. First archetype, I named it the cook as you go. He cooks several times a day, simple and easy things that doesn't require too much steps. And the other user is the batch cook. She cooks once a week for the whole week. So the thing is, when I was talking to the people, the emotion was stronger in the batch cook because, you know, as you can imagine, cooking several dishes at the same time space, it's physically challenging. And these are the quotes I got repeatedly from the survey and the interview. First one, cleanup is definitely the hardest part, which I totally agree for a person who doesn't own a dishwasher. And the second quote, like cooking different dishes in the same time space is challenging from batch cook. And the third one, there are some dishes that if you keep in the fridge, the taste change drastically, like meat, these kind of things. So this is one of the characteristics that you should also consider when you prepare the meals for the week. So how can I help? To help them, I came up with the 4 key features. First is showing cooking steps with a very intuitive and easy way so that the people can know fast enough whether this is easy for them or not. And the second one is recommendation of recipes for batch cook to help them organize their cooking steps. And third one, filter recipes by time duration. And last but not least, meal planner and grocery list, which is pretty basic for every recipe app because it gives you one-stop experience. But first, content of the recipes. So when I talked with people, I could find the pattern of the meals they prefer to cook during the week. And this is one of the things that my solution can be differentiated from many other recipes, apps, or websites out there, because even though they address simple, easy recipes, it's not necessarily their main focus. So focusing on the content like no complication in ingredients or cooking techniques, they can cook fancy things in weekends or in special occasions, and maximum 1 hour of cooking time, and some dishes that doesn't change the taste too much later on after being kept in a while in the fridge. So I think this is something that can define my product as a solution for cooking for the week. And this is basic user flow. First, you enter the homepage, you filter the recipe as you want, and you see filtered result. Find the recipe. If you like it, save the recipe, update the grocery list, and explore more. And we're gonna find out how does it look like in real, in the final version. Can you see my Figma?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So this is the main page. You can see some popular recipes and some recipes like freezer friendly, and some information of seasonal vegetables recipes, and one pan, one pot recipes. So let's see what this application can offer. So I want to do this user journey from the point of view of batch cook, and something healthy sounds good. And since I'm gonna cook with the oven, 60 minutes of time seems fair. And I'm looking at 17 matching result. And cabbage looks fine. So this is the recipe page. As you can see, there's short videos, and nutrition balance, and ingredients, preparation, cook together. So first I'll check the short videos first. It doesn't look too difficult. And you can check the ingredients and quickly skim through the preparation text. So I like this recipe. I'm gonna save some ingredients to my grocery list. And then let's see here, cook together. Since this is batch cooking friendly, it tells me that I have 40 minutes while this cabbage is in the oven in this temperature. So I can cook these dishes while my cabbage is being cooked in the oven for 40 minutes. And also, if I select meals from here, I can put this together with the cabbage. So automatically I have 3 different dishes that I can cook at the same time. So before to explore more of these 40-minute recipes, I'm gonna save the recipe because I liked it. And let's see more. The recipes I can cook in 40 minutes. Yeah, the salmon looks good. And again, short videos and ingredients, etc. Okay, so it looks good. And I don't see any crazy ingredients, so I'm gonna save it. And I'm gonna move on to my saved recipe. I saved 2 recipes, and the other one was already there in my saved recipe. So I'm gonna check the grocery list. This one I already added some groceries before, so I'm gonna update those 2. Yeah, so those are my grocery list. I'm gonna bring this to the supermarket. It turns out I had cabbages in my fridge, so I'm gonna delete this one. So yeah, this is pretty much it, and I'm going back to the presentation. So I got to this final result with several iterations. First one was I kind of separated these quick view videos and the full recipes, but I got the feedback that users are moving too many times pages to pages. So I integrated those 2 things into one page so that they don't jump around too much. And also I kind of separated first this search, find the recipe, and the filter. But I noticed that users, they just go directly to search the recipe, and they really were not using the filter, which contains like dietary concerns and time durations. So yeah, I also put those 2 things together. And this batch cooking recommendation was kind of unique things about my product, so I wanted to be more clear and visible, but apparently users were confused by my wording. They didn't understand. So this is a recommendation based on what? So to make this more clear, I clarified a little. You got this minute while this is in the oven for this temperature, and some call to action: save your time, cook this together. And this is my general style. Since I had a lot of images of recipes and videos, I wanted to keep it simple, but with some colors. And yeah, next step would be develop more meal planner features. And I would like to add user review, because I think seeing real people's opinion in your app, it gives you more feel like this app is alive, not really flat. So I would like to explore this more. And through this whole process, I felt really humble but empowered every moment, which is, I think, one-of-kind experience. And now I understand why companies come up with MVP, so that they can add more features as they receive more user feedback, because just know everything from the beginning is impossible. There's no magic formula. And yeah, it was really great. I hope I can get to do more of this. Thank you.
You made me hungry with those recipes already and videos. It was great, super clean and complete user flow. It showed your research, and that's amazing. Congrats. Any questions?
Yes. Inge, looks amazing. I was very, very impressed. Was the logo a Gudetama reference? Or I made that up?
The logo?
A reference to, I think it's a cartoon that is from Korea about an egg that is like, I'll pass it to you. It was just very funny for me.
No, actually, I just saw this one, to shape this one, and I thought, I'm gonna make the logo out of it. And then since the name was easy peasy, I don't know, I just played around and I ended up there. It was coincidence, but yeah.
No, I think it works. Yeah, let's see. I had a couple of questions, but I'm gonna try to be quick. So the nutritional values, I thought that was something super interesting. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, so the people who are going to use, they also care about nutrition, but not really full detail as like an expert. They just want to know if their meals are well balanced or not. So to give general view of this, if they have enough of protein, like a recommended protein and this kind of things.
Yeah, I saw that in some it was missing. Maybe there's an opportunity there to also, I don't know, like categorize by, if I, for example, I'm vegetarian and I'm looking for something that is high on protein. But I thought that was a very cool feature to have on the recipe.
I was struggling a lot because this is something related to data visualization, apparently, and Eileen gave me some feedback about it, and yeah, I have to work on it more.
It's looking great, thank you. Thank you.
Luis?
Hi, great job, Jinju. This is amazing. I mean,
thank you.
You did it. This is what you wanted to do, and you did it. So this is super cool. I love that you focused on batch cooking instead of, like going all around. I mean, the topic of cooking is so big and vast, and you got lost a little bit there with too many people wanting too many things, and I really appreciate that. I think it's a very interesting UI execution, considering you're not really a UI designer. So I'm very impressed, to be honest. It's not easy to go from like zero to a full-fledged flow like you did. So I think it's gonna look really good on your portfolio. So really well done. I just wanted to like highlight that. I was wondering a little bit about your copy, and when it comes to cooking and all of that, it needs to be as easy as possible. So you have labels like cook together, and for me, cook together means I'm cooking with other people. It doesn't really mean cooking 2 dishes together. And I feel like maybe you could explore a little bit that more, and not just the copy, but so if I have done all the work to get the ingredients, to do my shopping list, and then to cook like the cabbage rolls, But then once I'm done, you're telling me, no, it's in the oven. You have 40 minutes. You can go and do this. But I don't have the ingredients and I haven't really prepared for it. Like the call to action is too late, right? So it probably maybe the timing. When should I tell users about they can also cook this later, or they can also do that?
Yeah.
What is the right time? When do people want to find out? I would assume before they start chopping anything or buying anything, so they can do a full grocery list, plan all the meals, and then go. Because nobody can think too much ahead of time. Like if I'm at the grocery store, I don't know how many minutes I have to cook and plan everything. I know I want to make 5 dishes, and then that's it.
This is really excellent. Sorry, this was really excellent point, because the word usage, like the clarity, was something I struggled from the beginning, since I'm not a native English speaker, and that's why I understood that there's a profession for UX writing. Yeah, but you are absolutely right, and I have to think about it more, give more thoughts about it. Yeah, so thank you.
No worries, but really great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ginger. Next one is Balmer.
Yes. Let me know when you can see my presentation. Yeah, is there, right?
It's coming. Yep.
Okay. Okay, so hello and thank you for staying, everyone. I'm Balme. Yes, I know it's a little bit of a weird name, but it's not so weird when you live in Dos Hermanas. I don't know about you, but I love to help. Since I was a little girl, helping others was something that we've always done at home. It was nothing big or out of the ordinary, just helping whenever we could. So that good feeling of helping others was always part of who I am. You know that feeling, right? I know you do. So when I started this project, I was sure about 2 things. I wanted to help others, and whatever I created was going to be called Butterfly. But why? Well, you already know how I feel about helping others, but what you don't know is where the inspiration of my project comes from. And it was from a conversation that I had with an old friend of mine. She is making these pencils with the butterfly form that she sells, so she can get money for the non-profits that her daughter goes to get help from. And that conversation made me go deeper into my problem. That non-profit organizations are struggling to receive new monetary donations because the main activities they did to raise money have been shut down because of the actual situation of the pandemic. So, after a series of interviews and surveys with both donors and people who are part of a non-profit organization, I found out that people help because they believe in a cause, that monetary donations are the main type of donation that people make, that people don't want something in return, and that people who help one organization are willing to help other organizations. So my hypothesis was that I believe that creating a space where nonprofit can share their needs and current or new donors, benefactors can find causes they feel a connection to, the donations will increase and their relationship will get stronger. I'm not gonna lie, coming up with a solution for my problem was not an easy task. I wanted to solve all the little tiny side problems that I was finding, but that was not realistic for this project. So I focus my solution on how could I help a person who is willing to donate to a nonprofit to find that nonprofit in an easy way, and how could I help nonprofits to reach more people to increase their income. Nowadays, we spend a lot of our time in our phones. We check on each other's, we take pictures, we buy a new pair of shoes, and I even wrote some notes for these presentations a few days ago on my phone while I was at my doctor's office waiting room. So why can we make donations from our phones? Why can we have an app and we can make donations wherever we are and whenever we want? I focused my design on the people who will be making a donation. Let's be real. I want to help nonprofit organizations, and what they need is money so they can keep working. So, welcome to Butterfly. When you first enter this app, you see a quick walkthrough, and you can make 4 types of donations here. You can spare money, recurring donation, unique donation, or you can become a volunteer. Then you register yourself, you select the causes you like, and then you can choose between sharing your location or adding up to 3 locations. Then the main page is revealed, where you can see nonprofits filtered by fields you previously chosen, but you can always change it later on. You can make donations, you can add the nonprofits to your favorite one, or you can learn more about the organization. And here you can see a series of photos, a more extended text about the nonprofit, also a little testimonial from a person from the nonprofit, what they do, their location, and you can also visit the website and share or make a donation. I designed the spare money functionality. That means that when you pay, for example, $1.95 for a cup of coffee, you will be actually paying €2, and those 5 extra cents will be collected by the app. And by the end of the month, if you reach your monthly goal, you will be making a donation out of your spare money. I focus on making sure that the user trusts the app, since the app is managing monetary data from the user to give money to a third person. So every step of the way, in every conversation and in every usability testing, I was making sure that the user could understand and trust the whole process. I also wanted the language to be cleared, and I wanted the user to feel good about themselves for making a donation. I would love to keep working on this project. I will, and who knows, maybe one day I'll share with you all the news that the app is a reality and that you can make donations using my app. And I think that's pretty much it. Thank you so much.
Nice, Valma. What a great topic, donation. I just have nice presentation though. I had a question, like how you make is an I want to donate. How you make it reliable? Like, okay, I will donate for this organization or to spread money. How do you make it reliable? How can I trust that I'm sending money to this organization?
Since I didn't explore the nonprofit part because of time that I needed to focus on something, I think a little bit about that, and I think that when a nonprofit join the app, they will need to actually prove that they exist, that they are really working, and that I will continue to working with that and to proving that they are still working and existing, and yeah, the user will also know about that.
Nice. Fair enough. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions? Let's see here. Let me check. No questions. So what's clear enough?
Good. I'm glad.
Luis.
Go for it.
Congrats, Anna, for finishing. Congratulations. I'm very
Thank you.
I hope you're proud of yourself.
Yes, I am.
It's very good. It's a very, very personal topic, and I really like it when people take a project that's dear to them and then run with it, because that's very important. I love the idea of like, how can we support and donate, and I think we should all be doing more of that if we can.
Yes.
I left you some comments that you're probably going to get later, and I don't want to get into all of them. I hope you get to, continue with this. I think you have a good shot, especially if you explore more of the nonprofit side, which I think will elevate your project more. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about you kind of rushed through all your explorations, because you had like a gift that went through all of them. I think what's really nice is this is the gist of it. I'm not really interested that much into the UI, because that can change at any time. I'm interested in your process and what you've been thinking about and your design decisions. So can you tell us what kind of usability testing or what kind of feedback did you get that guided all these design decisions that you've made? Because there's a lot of stuff, right? But I didn't hear a lot about how many people did you talk to, who were they, what did they say, what did you learn from the feedback on the prototype?
From the prototype, I made I think it was 3 or 4 people in the early stages, when it was like a quick prototype, like let's see if my idea is working or if it's gonna work. And by then I've already received a lot of feedback. For example, in the beginning I just thought about sharing the location. I didn't thought about adding different locations. Especially one of my user testers, she said like, wait, if I have to share my location, maybe I won't use your app because I don't want you to know my location. And it was like, okay, that's a big stop. So I need to change that. So I did. And that was a good one and a big one. I really, really appreciated her. So later on, I also did the testing with the high fidelity with her and with, I think it was 4 or 5 people again. And she felt really, really good about about that part. And also they said that the whole experience was clear, so I was really happy about that. And they loved how the little gifts that I put matches the text, and it was easy and clear, and I was happy. I also did some testing about the fonts and the color, because the green color was not exactly that, and that was something that Lydia helped me and and some of the TAs. So I checked that, and I've made a few changes about that as well. And I think that was kind of
that's great. I think like you should, in your portfolio, perhaps you should put that, like that, all these decisions. Because one thing is the UI, and the other one's like, why did you do it? Because like everyone can come up with stuff, but you did a lot of work, right? Like, and all of it's kind of like invisible or hidden. And I would love to see this applies, I think, to everyone else. And I know we'll transfer time, but like show that, like show your design decisions. Design decisions is based on all the information that you gathered, and that's what they pay you the big bucks for at the end of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, here I had just to make a kind of a decision, and what I need to show this and this, and okay. I just have 8 minutes, so let's go for it.
Very tight. That's a reason why we put 8 minutes, because when you are in an interview, like sometimes, you know, UX lead, they doesn't have that much time. Like they will give you 10, 15 minutes. Okay, show me your process. Why you decide to do this and this and this. So I agree with Luis. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
So we have 3 more, and we're ready. Ladies, you're doing an amazing job. And Adriana is the next one. Finally, Adriana. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I said finally. So can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. So hi everybody. It's a pleasure for me to present my project, but first of all I want to introduce myself. If anyone is new in this demo day and don't know me, I'm Adriana. I'm a graphic designer and an illustration artist, and I'm very passionate of learning and create. Everything is in a creative way and visual way. That's why I think I joined this course. So to put you in a background, when I wanted to choose a topic to create this project, I was thinking that how COVID changed our lives, like our behavior of to be with people, our social life, our way to work. That almost all of us work from home. That's why I was thinking about the people who had to stay isolated at home because they got infected by COVID, and or because the government restrictions, and how to help them through this process of isolation. So my hypothesis was that I believe that creating an entertainment and social experience for COVID patients in isolation will achieve better process for them during these days. They had to be isolated and making them interested in taking care of themselves in a fun way. So when I do the interviews and the surveys, that most of the points that there are in common, that they felt very lonely, and they miss the most being in contact with their loved ones, or they use a lot of social media platforms, and they miss have a normal routine, but like in a social way that we know as always. So how might we make the isolation process healthier for the COVID infected and make them feel closer to their loved ones? I created 2 user personas. One of them is Lola, that she's a makeup artist, 35 years old, and she's mother, and she loves spending time and prepare healthy meals and doing this kind of home things and like family activities. And she works from home, but she doesn't want to feel alone. And she values easy activities and do familiar activities. And the frustration of her is that government restriction doesn't allow meeting her loved ones. And another user persona is Julio. He's a bank manager, 20 years old, and he loves spending any free time of doing sports, social activities, Afterwards, meeting with friends and family, and he values different social plans, meet new friends, and his frustration is the difficulties of meeting new people right now because of this situation. So that's why Friendit was born. What is Friendit? Friendit is a social app with the goal of connecting people in a healthy and fun way for these COVID patients in isolation. It connects with their loved ones with entertainment activities, have the opportunity to get in touch with people in the same situation, and it's an opportunity to be in a community and make them feel them like they are in a game, to make them more motivated and continue to do these activities. So for the visual assistants, it was very clear for me in my mind that I wanted to do something very minimal, modern, fun, and I don't remember if I say modern. I think yes. And when I did the wireframes and the user testings, the first feedback was that there are too many activities, but not focused on connecting people. Like there was a tracking activity or taking a selfie or good morning activity, but not for connecting people. There are two basic activities, and they miss like the motivation for the users to continue to do these activities. Like they feel that they was a little bored. So after this feedback, I reframed it and I did a prototype, and this is how it looks. Okay. Can you see a prototype?
Yes.
Okay. So it's like the cover, and when you download the app, you have like a little survey to have the dates and like an updated a profile with these dates and updated the activities that they fit to you. So let's start to do this survey. I have been infected by COVID. I expected to connect with my loved ones. And I put the day that I had to be isolated. And I sent one of my friends to join this app. And last step, tell us about me, like my name, a description, a picture. Okay, and this is the dashboard of the home with activities. For example, I have these friends, and I wanted to do one activity with someone, like party at home. I choose Lara. I send the invitation, and Lara accepted my challenge. And I have that song. I can choose another song, but it's fine like this. So the party started. Okay. When it's finished, I win 10 points of every shield because in my profile, I can see all my achievements and all my shields to be more motivated to do more activities. And I have these today's activities. And for example, if I want to do these activities, I can't because it's locked, because I have to win more points. I have another activity to show you how it works. I want to send a hug to Luna. I can personalize my hug. I sent it, and with this point, I unlocked this activity, the book club. And I have the part of community. Like it's like a forum to share my thoughts and chat with people. And the notifications that show what are my friends doing. So next steps, it's investigate other activities to connect people, do more testing in a more developed way, like almost real, because in the usability testing, it's not real, and people, it's like, okay, it's done. And develop accurate illustration, because I am an illustration artist, and it's a pity that I had to upload illustration from a stock image. And next steps too is create slides of an onboard part, maybe to show more how it works, and test how to motivate them to use the app when the isolation is over. But for me, I think it's important that this app is not used only when you are isolated, and maybe create like win a profile coach or something like this. That I don't know. I have to think it about it. And thank you so much.
Thanks, Adriana. You did it great. Now you feel relaxed. No worries. You did an amazing job. Breath, inhale, exhale. Exactly. That's awesome. Nice UI, by the way. I really like it. Like all the colors, like on point. I have a question. Like during almost a year that we have been, with all this situation with the pandemic, that we have downloaded many apps already. How will your user motivated to download another, like your app? Like, why will I download it if I can use FaceTime or any other app?
Yes, it happens to me. Like how they will use this, but I think that the part of the game, and that you have a community that you share your situation with others that live the same situation, it's like a value. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I discovered new apps like gaming and share, and it was like, oh no, maybe this created, and my project is over.
No worries. Like I always say that it's already created. Like we just have to, find the value preposition that we need, the factor that is differentiate you from others, and it would be great. Like you have to. That's why research is so important, no? I guess. So great job.
Thank you.
Questions? Really? Thank you, Adriana.
I have one comment for you. By the way, great job, Adriana. Your voice is shaking, but I don't know why, because you did a great job. You did it. You should be very proud and very confident.
Yep.
I hope you are, because it's very interesting, the idea. It's also a very difficult topic when people are sick, and how do you engage them, right? It's a sensitive one, and you managed to make it human and fun and add your own touch on it. And I can see that you can't wait to put illustrations in it and give it that breath of life and your own branding. So I think that's really cool. You should be very, very proud. I hope you feel that sense of accomplishment from all the hard work that you did, because you did a lot of work. Maybe I missed it. I think I missed it because I was focusing too much on a screen. And then you were showing us you did some usability tests with people on a low fidelity prototype. I didn't really get it, so I think it's on me. But I just wanted to make sure, when we show people like a low fidelity prototype, that's not really usability testing. That's kind of like pitching the idea, right? That's like concept testing. Like, we just want to know if this concept works, like a platform where people come and do activities together, regardless of all the other stuff and visuals and colors. And if that works, then we go and we try to create something more elevated, and then we show them colors and visuals and text, and then we get their feedback, and that's usability testing. So you did the first part, right? Like, you just pitched the idea and they gave you a lot of feedback, and then you went to do the full high fidelity. Did you do usability testing on that? Did you show it to like 5-7 people? Yeah?
Yeah, well, 5-7 people, no, because of time. But first, I made the test with the wireframes, and then when the prototype is done, I made more tested, but I think it's like there are a few activities, not a lot of activities, and they felt like they expected to do more things. That's why I say. That's why I mean it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like, okay, well, it's cool, it's great. I don't know. I expected to hear like more feedback about the flow, or I don't know.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I mean, that's a conversation about how to do usability testing, but I think Daniela agreed that she's gonna work with Susanna on like putting more time into that, because I feel a lot of you like didn't have a lot of time to do that. So maybe for the next editions, definitely thinking about that. But thank you very much, Adriana. You did a really good job.
Thank
Congratulations.
Thank you, Adriana. Okay, next one is going to be Lynn.
All right. I feel like I want to be Susanna and tell everyone to like shake a little bit. So we're almost finished, guys. Yay. All right. Let me present. Okay. So I originally had this at the end, but I thought it would be fun to have it in the beginning, kind of as like a mood booster for this evening. As you can see, it's about skincare. So that's my project and how to approach skincare. So it was really daunting. Yeah. So skincare, there's so many resources, a lot of things out there, a lot of people saying different things, but I really wanted to tackle this because I got into it maybe a few years ago, and I'm not like a super user, but skincare for me was more like quality time with my sisters. So it was before I knew what skincare was and even like self-care. It was just me and my two sisters picking like a fun mask to put on and sitting in front of the couch and watching like Netflix. And so that brings me just always joy. And so I kind of wanted to, approach it in a different way. And so I did a little bit of research, and I had a survey with 90 responses, interviewed 5 wonderful people. And these were the main things that I wanted to find out. So mainly resources, what are people struggling with? Who am I competing with, which is a lot? And how could I approach this, improve this whole experience, and make it better? It was a little bit overwhelming. Yeah, so that was the main emotion for myself and the people that I interviewed. So there was a few frustrating points. Yeah, so lack of transparency, not knowing like where to go. So there's a huge spectrum of users. So from like newbies to like seasoned pros. Yeah. So I also struggled on where in this spectrum I wanted to target. So we have some main focuses. So based on my research. Yeah. So about information, reliability, and I have this last point, diversity, which I wrote here high interest because I kind of wanted to see where that would take me. So I put that in my survey, and over here you can see that 30 out of the 90 people that I had felt like their skin tone wasn't accounted for. And so this is something that I kind of wanted to confirm and see that how I could, develop this or put this into like a product. So we get to the problem. So at the beginning, I thought I wanted to focus on ingredient information, informing people about, what they could buy. So we have here our problem statement, so highlighting ingredients and structured information. And then I also had here for all skin types, for all people searching for ways to improve their skin, by connecting with people and providing a trustworthy experience. So trust was a huge word that was thrown out a few times. And so I had my 2 how might we's. They're a little bit different, and I also threw that to the girls that helped me with the Crazy Eights, and that came to a lot of different ideas. So how to connect people and how to structure information better. And I thought that I could do both. And we'll get to that a little bit later. So we get to my mood board. And I wanted to provide an inviting experience. So I didn't want to overwhelm the users with information or just overwhelm them in general. And so I picked a lot of like muted, earthy colors. And I wanted to focus on green for like freshness and serenity, and just to have kind of a home feeling. And so going back to my story about my sisters, so I wanted people to feel like they're meeting their sisters and having this sort of experience. So let's see. Yes, then we get to my prototype. So I decided to do a web page, not an app, because from my survey, 2%, like very small, mentioned that they used apps. So that was super clear in that decision. I did some usability testing, and it was, maybe not the best experience because it was a little bit chaotic on my side. I wanted to have like everything on one page, and things didn't really make sense. They didn't know like what was the purpose. Was this about ingredients? Was it about information? And then I also had parts about community thrown in there, and also a blog. And so it was a little bit too much. And I feel like maybe I was trying to be more like what I was seeing that was already out there. So I had to change up the flow, my hierarchy, making clear steps, and just being very simple. So this was an example of this craziness. So the homepage went through a lot of changes, and I really focused on this a lot because it's the first thing people see, and they could easily just click away and exit. So I kind of wanted to capture them here. And I mentioned this before, I added a lot of different elements on one page, and as you can see, it gets like less and less and more focused, but we'll get to that. I need to go to my Figma. All right, so this is what I came up with. It is a specialized skincare website, and I had to look at a lot of competitors that were doing community, because you have Reddit, you have a lot of different things that people just are always drawn to. And so I thought, how can I make it different? And so what makes it different is you are put into groups instead of a whole huge form that you kind of have to scroll through. with everybody. And I kind of wanted to reach every group that was out there. And so this is how I came back to this diversity point that I really wanted in my project. And I'm happy that it made it because it's super important for me. So, oops, sorry. All right, so we'll get to it. It's all about sharing your story because it's unique, yeah, and connecting you with people that have similar problems, conditions, or even just the same skin tone. And so I continue. I also really like positive affirmations, so I feel like it can change your mindset and change how you see yourself, how you see the world and things. So I wanted to add that in there. So I have 3 steps for this web page. So the flow that I will show you is how to build your profile. So it takes you through a quiz and you match to your group, which you can always change because your skin changes all the time, and you could also relate to different groups. Yeah. And then from there, you can share tips, recommendations, and things like this. An aspect that I didn't get into or develop was a trivia game, which I had from the beginning that I loved. And so I still wanted to keep it in there, but that is something that you can also do kind of to have an interactive aspect to the page. And we have then community members where you can take a look at their experience and kind of get you to trust this website. Another thing that I added, or I wanted to keep, were discussion sessions on topics that are here, like it says more than just skin or like the typical skincare. Getting into, for example, underrepresentation in like medical books or textbooks and things like this, and topics about racism and all of that. I wanted to have that as part of my brand. And a newsletter and a footer. And so let's get into the quiz very quickly. So it's a very typical quiz that takes you through a few questions like your goals, things that you want to improve on. And I wanted to make it fun and playful because all of the other websites I went to is very clean, straightforward, and a little serious. And it also has the skin tone question, which is a big part of my project. This I stole from Lydia because I love so much, and again, to keep with the playful aspect. And you can fill out your profile, you're matched, and it takes you to your profile page. And here we have a pin board, which I took from like real life, like you can pin pictures and things like that. So I kind of wanted to have that here. You can edit your profile, so add any other information that you'd like. The only one that I have here that you can go to is skincare favorites, because it's interesting for other people what you're using and things like this, but you can also have subjects of interest for the discussion sessions that you want to attend and groups that you want to follow. And so if you go back, that will show up on the side here, and you have a tip. You can recommend, you can send positive words, you can send tips to that person. And again, with the game, articles, and that's basically it. I will go back to my presentation. So we have here, the impact that I want to give is consciousness and thinking about like representation around you and not just through skincare, but other things. And one quote that I loved, because at the beginning, no one knew what it was about, but as I iterated, I didn't have to tell people that it was about diversity or about skincare, or here that's like a female made it. I think that's pretty cool. And let's see, I'm trying to move on very quickly. My next steps, obviously to develop my game. I loved that part of it. I wanted to add a chat function because that's very popular and it's more personal and not just throwing something out there into like a thread. So you can chat to people. I would also like to collaborate with dermatologists, which is how I would monetize this, like booking appointments and things like this. And also about like 60% from my surveys, they mentioned dermatologists like recommended this is what they value. And I would want to expand on the community discussions because I think that's cool, and it gives everyone like a voice, or also people that want to know more. Yeah, that's the end. Thank you for staying with me until the end.
Thank you, Lynn. Amazing. I really like it. Super. I love the UI and well branded. Like you think in all the little details and that make the difference. I love it. And yeah, amazing. I really love it. And I was just thinking about the monetization, and you answered my question at the end. So nice.
Yeah, Lynn, I've seen iterations from the last time we talked about the project, and I really I was very impressed. Also, wanted to mention that I don't know if you worked on UI before, but I love the style. Like it is super clean. Then it's really amazing that you pulled this off this way. It's gorgeous and it's very clear, and
yeah,
I think it works really well. So congrats.
Thank you. It was very daunting. I've never done it before, and so it was, yeah, as you can see, very chaotic at the beginning. I wanted to try everything.
Congratulations, Lynn. I think for the first time, if this is your first time ever doing anything in Figma, really big kudos. It's super, super nice. Really, I love your style. I think if you want to pursue UX as a career, I think you definitely could do it because I can see you have like a sense, like you have like your own style there, and it's very clean and minimal. And you also have a thing for fonts, I see. So maybe you can even explore with that. And I don't know. I think if it was daunting, have confidence and faith that you can do it, because I'm telling you that this is actually looking. Is it like 100%? No, but like it's showing promises that you can definitely get in there and learn. And it's just about practice. You do 2 or 3 more times, you're gonna learn a lot more things. It's just about practice. You can learn all the tips and tricks for designing. I don't really know if I missed it. You said you did a survey and people said they didn't use apps for skincare, hence your platform is a website. Just because people say they don't do something doesn't mean when we design something, of course you might have other reasoning for why you want to make it a platform. And I personally think like educational platforms should be dual, like apps and websites, because you can't fit everything into scroll like on the phone. People don't digest information the same way as when they're on desktop, right? I'm more in a chill learning mood when I'm on desktop. I'm on the go when I'm on the phone, and time invested in all of that. So I don't know if you had like a reasoning behind that, or why you chose a desktop versus app.
So yes, it was not mentioned, but also with my interviews, almost everyone talked about just going on Google and searching for things. Yes, you can also do that on your phone, and But I don't know. I felt like it was the better option. But I did also think about that later on it could be developed into an app, especially if I wanted to go further with this like game, and people would do that also on their phones. And chat on their phones as well. So there are a lot of pros to making it into an app.
Thank you very much for taking us through this. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Amazing. Well, last but not least, our final presentation, it's Masu.
Hello. I hope I don't make it too boring. So I'm gonna present my screen. This one. Do you see it?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm Masu, and my project is about custom jewelry. So why jewelry? So my motivation for choosing this topic comes from a cheesy personal anecdote. So this is a picture of my husband and I. We met in our early 20s and decided to elope very quickly in our relationship. We didn't have a traditional wedding or a party. We didn't dress up. We weren't going to get wedding bands, but at the last minute we decided it was a cute idea. So we went to the first jewelry store that we saw and got the cheapest bands in gold that we could find. This one. And I love it. I love all that this band represents, but it's very generic and it doesn't really reflect the uniqueness of my marriage and my own personal style. So for our 10-year anniversary, I decided that I wanted to get something done that could be stuck with this one because I never taken it off, but elevated a little bit. So this is where my project comes from. My husband and I went to jewelry stores, but quickly we got really frustrated with the process of trying to get something done. Nothing really spoke to me. The stores, we find them very intimidating. Everything was super expensive. We didn't understand. So at the end, we decided that we're not getting anything. So that's why I wanted to do this, because I really want to simplify this process, like make it more approachable. So first, I wanted to understand what is the journey, right? What users go through when they try to buy custom jewelry. So I wanted to find the motivations for ordering. Why do they want this? What information and guidance is out there? How do they find their vendors? Because for us, this was a big puzzle. And the important factors that they consider when ordering a custom piece. So I launched one survey and got 60 answers, and I did 7 interviews with women who have bought fine jewelry and custom jewelry, aged from 24 to 65, so a big age range. My first hypothesis was really that I believe that people didn't have much information, so that's what that kept them from doing these purchases. But my research, actually, the people that buy this are already informed, and the people who don't, who haven't bought them before, they don't really, like, they care about the basic information, but they don't really care to go into the details, So people enjoy being very involved in every step of the design process, and this was something that I validated, because of course it's something custom. They have a clear vision in their mind that they want to see realized. The majority prefer to buy online because it is cheaper than in a jewelry store and more convenient for them. And there is this expectation of seeing how it's going to be before manufacture. So they want to be able to make changes at every step of the process. So from all this, I created like a proto-persona, which is a meticulous consumer. This meticulous consumer, she wants to treat herself with a piece of jewelry. She has a vision in her mind of what she wants to make, or what she wants, and make it a reality to the smallest details. And this quote's a little bit cocky, but I found that for all the people I interview, it's kind of true. Like, they know exactly what they want, and they are very particular. So in my ideation process, I did a create with the girls. I found a lot of really nice ideas that some of them I wanted to explore more. So at the end, I created this main concept and my main user flow of making an app for purchasing jewelry, where you can customize like everything. So the mood board that I created, I wanted to make something elegant, sophisticated, feminine, but not girly, keeping the colors very neutral. I was inspired by the lines of architecture, minimalism, you know, this delicacy of when you put on perfume, the nature, you know, all of this. So for my design system, I tried to keep the product cards. I wanted to make something really light, but the product cards, I wanted like the pictures of the product to speak, to you know, to jump at you. I made buttons. I put here like all of the gun. The image styling, I was inspired in this picture. I wanted to create like do this background, the gradient, from black to gray, so the jewelry really pops. So from this, okay, so from this, I first gonna show you my prototype. I'm gonna do it in reverse. I'm gonna show you first this, and then I'm gonna share my iterations. So this is the first screen that you see when you enter. So for this, when testing, I instructed my users that they are like, I'm a person, I'm a woman that has a birthday coming up. It's a big milestone birthday, and I want to treat myself, right? So I decided I want to get a ring because I'm not engaged, but I really want one. And because I want it, you know, I want to get it. So I choose rings. And from here, I can see, oh, there's a lot of styles that you can customize. So I want an engagement type ring, which just one stone. I can see from here that it starts from 70 euros delivery by April 10. That is perfect because my birthday is at the end of April, so it's gonna be done. So I selected main stone. I can see here that I have several stones that I can choose. I want a diamond because why not? So the stone. Here I can select like the properties. I want the round classic one. Here I can see I have some colors. I really want the pink one, but I cannot afford it, so I'm gonna go with white. And then for the size, I don't want something that is not really that small, so I'm gonna go with this because this is enough. So I continue. Then for here, I can see that I can go with silver to make it a little bit cheaper, but I really want it in gold. The band styles, I don't really care for stones in my band, so I'm gonna go with the plain one. And for the color, I want yellow gold. So I choose yellow gold and continue to my design preview. And here it is. So the idea for this screen is that you can select here and you can modify, and this unlocks the design, so you can move the stones or you can replace it with something else, etc. And then you can click here and be on a hand to see how it's gonna look and the size. And I can also do the order summary. So here I see all my summary of what I have selected, my preview of my design, all my specifications, very detailed, and I have my home address because I'm a regular customer, and my payment information I already put in there. So everything, the math checks out, and I confirm my payment. And there you have it. Your order was successful. Estimated delivery date is on April 10th. Here we have a progress bar where you can check from your profile, like you can come to the screen anytime and check the progress, where it's going, etc. And can also like review the details of the progress. So this is my prototype, and now my iterations. So I started from this for the home screen. I did a lot of iterations, but I'm going to show you just the main ones due to time. So for this one, when I was concept testing, people wasn't really understanding that this was a button. They thought like this was like something fixed here. So after, when I started to do my high fidelity prototype, I tested if people wanted to something more conceptual. But the feedback I got was that people really like to see the URL previewed on a real person. This was something important to them. And then these icons, I found that some people wasn't really understanding that these are clickable. So after iterating one more, I decided that I'm going to make them white because the black was a little bit too much contrast, but I'm going to do this radar type animation so that people know that they are clickable. Another iteration is the dates and the price focus. So starting on my concept, I got the feedback that there wasn't really a way to know if what I'm ordering is going to be done. Like this is a special occasion, so when it's going to be done, I need to know early. People were saying me, oh, you didn't ask me my budget, and also when is it going to be ready? Like I don't want to go through all this process and then find out that it's not going to be done, because the point is that it is my birthday. I want to get it before. So I decided to put it very early in the process after you select your product. Sorry. After you select your product, you can see in the helper test starting price according to the materials that you choose, obviously, and the delivery date of all the designs. Then the price focus, I kept it in every step of the selections with the help of these buttons that I decided to like do a Frankenstein between a button and a descriptive label, because I really wanted to keep it simple, like everything in one screen, so that when you click here, the price updates, so you always know what is the impact of your selections in your budget. And also it gives you directions like, okay, now select this other thing. And after you select everything, the button activates and you can continue to the other screen, because I didn't really want people to click prematurely and go to other screen. So other iterations was a progress bar. I got the feedback that for this, like people really wanted to know in what step of the selection they were. So I decided to put this bar here where you can see like where you are in the process. So that's it. My next steps, I will continue to expand my app and iterate. I have a lot of changes also to do, like I have to improve the legibility of the helper tests in the cars. I have to create an onboarding or a welcome screen. I have to resolve the inspiration part, because the inspiration part is a feature that is really exciting to me, because there you can see what other people have created and maybe you can copy it or make it your own. And then I have to tweak a little bit of things, like it's really for the purposes of the prototype, I didn't add it, but you know, in the rinse, they should request what is your size and stuff like that. So this is all like the next steps. And also, like, I want to do more personal projects because I have a lot of problems that I want to solve. So that's also what's next for me. And that is all. Thank you so much. This course was a lot of fun and a lot of stress and a lot of tears and a lot of panic, but so much fun. Thank you.
Bravo, Masu. I really love it. Like all the storytelling from the very beginning. It was so catching for being here like almost 4 hours and 30 minutes. Like I was super with the attention on your project. Like I love it. All the details, all the iterations that you did. It shows like all your usability tests were worthy a lot, and you make those changes, and that's awesome. So congrats.
Thank you.
Questions, ladies? Lydia?
Yeah, I think I gave Masu a little bit of work today, but yeah, it's looking amazing, and I second what Danny just said. Super engaging presentation considering it's 11:30, and normally this is my time to go to bed. But you made it super easy, so congrats. I had a question actually, as you were talking about the project. Was there? I think it's really good that you added I think it was the maximum price, right? I was wondering if this archetype that you created based on research was also demanding for a minimum price, because maybe I'm falling on the cheaper part of the customer base, right? But like it would be good to have, you know, maximum and minimum, and how could we highlight that information? I think for certain users it can also be valuable, but you know who your users are. So
yeah, I found it was really weird because they were saying like money is not important, but actually they were selecting their vendors based on the best price. So this is why I chose to have like options, as showing people like a minimum price, like you can get this design for 70 euros. People are gonna say they don't care, but they really do. Like I will get some of them for 70, of course. I don't know, I won't spend like what my prototype show, like 180, like that one, no. But yeah, this is what I put it like that because I wanted to show people like the app is really pretentious in a way, but I wanted to make it like a little bit like, oh, you can have this one too, you know?
yeah, no, I think that's also a very good decision. And I was gonna say something smart, but I guess I am too sleepy. Hold on. What was it? Maybe about the price. Well, I don't know. I'll probably ping you tomorrow. But yeah, I think it's great, Masu. You did an amazing work. So
Thank
congrats.
you.
No, my brain. That you just got a good learning about people and about testing. Actually, that they're gonna tell you things, but it is your job to understand what they're saying and to look into what is behind and also test that, right? Like, okay, they're telling me this, but I'm gonna take this direction because of my intuition or the data that I have, and you know, put that design in front of them and see what feedback you get. And sometimes you will be surprised of the, you know, the things that people say, but actually they think differently, or you can iterate on that and find different insights. So it was just that. So I'm glad that you found that as well on the project. It's very important.
Thank you.
Luis? You're mute.
Sorry. I'm tired. It's 11:30. Congratulations. It's really great. Very, very impressed with your project and the, like, just how it came to life. It's always fun for me to watch this because I was not part of the middle points. I'm like, whoa, the last time I saw this was a post-it and now it's real. It's like, I'm a real boy. I'm Pinocchio. Never mind. I'm tired. I'm just making stuff up. What I'm saying is, I agree with Lydia. You should always look at what people do and not what people say. And that's like, so first part is get people to tell us stuff. The next part is watch them do stuff. And that's like it's like an art in itself. And you need probably a lot of training to figure that out. But as you go on in your career, you'll figure that out. Like, you'll notice that they say this. Like, people say price is not important, but that's not true. People want the best quality within the cheapest price, which is an unrealistic thing. But that's what people want at the end of the day. So does price matter? Yes. But they also want the best thing. So it's up to you to decide, depending on who your product persona is, who you want to target. One of the things that I'm pretty sure I missed it, and my voice is breaking after all these hours. I want to know, like, who's making my ring?
Oh,
like, I missed that part out.
Yeah, that part is out of the equation. Like, the ring else.
The ring out. So I was.
No, I'm sorry. I mean,
to connect people, right? Like, to connect jewelry makers with people who want custom jewelry. Because right now it looks a little bit generic. So it looks kind of like some other website that has jewelry making, like one of the random Danish ones that are available, which are like very basic, like pick your stone, pick your band, engraved or not, done.
Yeah.
And then I thought the whole point of custom was to add more stuff. So have you thought about that?
Yeah, actually, I have. The thing is that because I couldn't get to interview any vendor, I decided to take a little bit of a lazy approach and just focus on the part of the user. So I did it like I was a URL. Like, this is their product they're launching an app. So like, it's only one URL and not a network. So this is why it is that way. But yeah, the original plan was actually to connect, like make it a network similar to what Etsy does. But yeah, I didn't have data. Didn't want to, like, make it up.
No, that's completely fair. But sometimes it's okay to fake it until you make it. So there's a lot of data that already exists out there. And there's a lot of data from platforms like Etsy or other platforms that customize jewelry. So it's okay, especially for a case study like yours, to start with that, just so that you have the foundation. And then in your next steps could be, I will go and talk to one real jeweler. But it's completely acceptable and okay, even if you want to put it in your portfolio, to do that. Like, nobody's going to hold it against you. We don't expect you to come up with all the data from scratch. There's a lot of stuff already available, but really, congratulations. Really appreciate your project.
And last one, Mercedes. Question.
Yeah, sorry, I'll make it quick. I know everybody wants to go to bed. About, it's a bit in line with what Louise was saying. First of all, great story, great presentation, and great product. Really, really good. About the jeweler, I was wondering what happens if I want to contact them for something that the app doesn't offer. Like, I would want to be able to contact the person to ask, hey, is this and this possible? So I could, look for, since it's personalized, I want to be able to know what other options there is.
Yeah, so I'm gonna present my screen again. So I'm gonna show it here. Like, I decided, this was the other design decision I made, that to keep like this icon available in every single screen. So at any step of the process, you can contact the ULR and get help. So you can do it from the home screen if there's something that it isn't, or here, if like my style isn't here, you can contact. Yes. Because this is also something that is unrealistic in my opinion. I didn't test it. But it's unrealistic to expect people like to go through this process without requiring assistance. I see. And given that it's a high-priced item, I thought it was important to keep like open the ability for people to communicate at any time.
Yeah, it would make sense for to have like some person on the other side, someone you know that could, like someone human, since you're going to be investing in something which is pricey.
Have you thought? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No. Go ahead.
No, and go on, because there's another point I want to make that it doesn't have to do with jewelry.
No, I was thinking if you thought of adding a feature like to just piggyback on what Mercedes says, when it's about contacting the jeweler, is like, can I upload a picture for inspiration? Can I tell, like, what if I know exactly what I want? It's not like those things. I just want a quote. Tell me when you can do this and how much is it gonna cost? And then you can pick the materials. Like, I want it in gold. I want sapphire, whatever, I want ruby. And this is the picture. This is what I want. How much will it cost? And then somebody will respond to me in 48 hours telling me the cost. And if I want to book a session or whatever to talk with them about it. Like, is that something?
It could be done. I think like in any type of thing like this, like it's costume. So yeah, I should make, when I resolve this help part, like I don't know if I'm gonna make it a chat or maybe buttons with selections. Maybe I can put something like that too.
And sorry, to finish, the only thing I will also add is the stone. Maybe, something you can think about is adding categories that would based on the price. Because, for example, I think you have only like diamonds and very expensive stones. But what if I wanted, I don't know, an amethyst, which I know it's less costly, but you could also, have a play on the price range, because you have categories of different stones that cost differently.
Yes.
So you can group together. I don't know which are the most expensive ones, but I don't know, sapphire, diamonds, and rubies are a combination. And then you have like second-rate stones, which are like category 2, which are amethyst, topaz, and jasper, whatever. And so you can, that would be another way of helping people to gauge the price they want based on the stone that they want.
Yeah, that is actually a great idea. I didn't think of that, but I put it like, I put the stone, I put the price, and I put some in different ranges. But yeah, grouping them will be awesome. Thank you.
Hope it helps.
Yeah.
Thank you, ladies. Well, we did it. You did it. Like, I have to congratulate you all, and big applause for yourself and all your classmates and your teachers as well. Like, you did amazing work. I'm so proud. This has been our biggest class during our all editions, and I'm sure that we have to, rethink all this demo day for 16 students, because it's too much. It's 11:43. It's hard for all of us, and also for you that are presenting, excited and nervous. But I have to say that you did an amazing job, and I'm pretty sure that you will be more than ready for your hiding. And if you are already working, you will be, so worthy for your company, for your team, for all the things that your projects that you will be doing after this. And this is all the start. Like, it's the beginning of all this career path. Mercedes, Jessica, and Eileen can told you that. And yeah, and just have to congratulate you again. And you need to rest to get a beer, not today or tomorrow, and have fun and enjoy the Easter. You deserve it. It's your first Saturday since January that you will be sleeping. I want to put this also far.
You did it, ladies.
I think
That's
I'm
it.
gonna cry, like literally.
Guys, you were amazing.
Thank you.
You actually did it. Like, this is it. I just want to remind everyone crying and telling me that they can't do this because of I don't know, 5 whys or whatever. Aha!
Oh, 5 whys. Oh, the 5 whys were the
told
worst
you
thing.
to do it. You're here. You're done. You did it. Done.
Oh.
Super proud.
Yeah, I gotta say that I think this is my 5th course. This is by far, for me, the highest bar among all of the editions that I've been involved at. Like, not only visually, that I'm super impressed, but you know, the visual part, maybe you don't need to have it. You are focused on research and you don't, it's maybe even something you're not interested or you're not good at, and it's okay. But I was very, very impressed with that. And the most important thing is that when I have brought questions to you, or any other teacher has, like, you are thinking as a designer, and this is something that is not very easy to find. Like I can tell you that there's been students that, you know, they give you an answer just to get out of the way, but they're not thinking about the product and the problem statement. And I am super impressed on everybody's work. Like, I'm completely honest. I'm very proud. I feel like I didn't do anything. You know, you did it. But I think you should be super proud of yourself. So bravo.
Thank you, Lydia.
Thank you.
Well, ladies, I hope you have enjoyed it these 10 weeks so far. Like,
This is my 3rd edition, so yeah, this is my 3rd time teaching, and I think, yeah, definitely, wow, I'm very impressed visually and research-wise, and I know I pushed all of you with research, and I kind of feel so bad about doing that, but if it were up to me, like, we would learn so many other things, like we would do usability and all sorts of other stuff, and I know we're gonna do push, yes. Well, I don't want to make the girls cry at the end of the day, but I hope you realize all the things that you have learned with everyone and not just with me, like how much that actually impacts at the end of the day. And it's easy to say that now, but when you're in the midst of it, it's very hard to have focus. And it's going to be like that for a lot of projects at work. You know, sometimes we also do that at my job, like, oh, I'm lost, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. But then you just center yourself, like, what am I learning? What do I need to do? Do I need to go back to the drawing board? Do I need to move forward? Do I need to kill this and move on? And you've learned that. So congratulations again. You have to be very proud of yourself. This is an accomplishment. Not everyone can do this. So let's go to bed.
Yes, ladies. I will send you your feedback from all your instructors and certificates and after bootcamp recommendations later this week. Yep.
Picture.
We're all here for you.
I can see everybody, so I don't know if this is working. Good night, ladies. Rest well.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Thank you. Bye.